Welcome inside a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel and on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. This is day 2 of free agent frenzy. And the Eagles, I think they hit the snooze button on this one. They have yet to do anything as we have crossed the 2 o'clock hour on day 2. Now, they haven't lost anybody else today. After last night, they lost another starter on the defensive side of the ball. After we got off the air last night, just moments after we signed off, the Eagles lost Reed Blankenship. Blankenship signed with the Houston Texans. He was the third starter of the day to fly the coop. You got one now in Houston, one in Vegas, and a third in Carolina. A rough day for the Eagles, not one that you didn't anticipate. Some news today, some interesting news today we're going to dive into. Some rumors connecting the Eagles to an interesting player on defense. What is Howie Roseman going to do? How does he pivot from losing 3 guys? Now, I think most of us thought that the Eagles would lose Nakobe Dean. Reed Blankenship was a high possibility that he would be gone as well. I think the Jaelan Phillips one really started the day off on an interesting note because I'm not sure they thought they were going to lose Phillips. He went first, and then it was like, wait a second, we thought we were going to get Phillips back and then work around that. Well, now they lose Phillips, then Dean, then Reed Blankenship, and it's like, wait a second. We thought we were going to lose Dean. We were pretty prepared to lose Blankenship, but now we got to find a way to replace Phillips as people are kind of, taking some of your players. And everything happens so quickly that I don't think Philadelphia really was able to figure out what they want to do to replace Phillips, and they haven't done that yet. But keep this in mind. There are trades, and that would probably be something to keep an eye on. There are a couple players at edge rusher, because right now, to me, the Reed Blankenship, you knew he was most likely going to be gone. I think there was like a 40% chance that you thought maybe you can get him back. I kept saying the whole time that somebody would overpay for Blankenship, and, quite frankly, did he get overpaid? Blankenship, I think, got a 3-year, like $25 million deal. So I don't know what you guys thought of Blankenship or whether you wanted to pay Blankenship. You can let me know on the White Horse RV text board. He got a 3-year, $24.8 million contract. It's a lot of money for Reed Blankenship, quite frankly. And, he had been here. Remember, Blankenship made the team as an undrafted rookie free agent in 2022. He was a backup his first year. Then he becomes the starter in 2023 and has been the starter ever since. He started like 50 games here. He's been on the Super Bowl. He's a very popular player. And, we had Reed Blankenship on the show at Radio Row at the Super Bowl. And, my sense from Blankenship was he did not want to leave. But how many people would have paid Reed Blankenship $25 million to stay here? So the Blankenship thing, I think we kind of figured he was going to go. The Dean thing, I think we're pretty sure he was going to go. Interestingly enough, we had Blankenship on at the Super Bowl. We had Nakobe Dean on at the Super Bowl. Both of those guys indicated they wanted to stay, which I think most people, no one's going to say, no, I want to leave. But Nakobe Dean leaves, and then there's a report that the Eagles are among the teams that have called the Pittsburgh Steelers for Patrick Queen. That one comes out of right field. John McMullen at 3 o'clock today, by the way. Football at 4, Adam Kaplan. How does Patrick Queen make any sense for the Philadelphia Eagles? Unless you go back to the narrative that you're going to play Jahad Campbell as an edge rusher. But I don't see that being at the top of the list. The only way that comes into play to me is if, and I can't imagine this happening, by the way, is if Howie Roseman was unprepared to lose Jaelan Phillips, then pivot it to somebody else, and then they're all off the table, and he's like, now what? I don't think Howie Roseman is that unprepared. There's no way that Howie Roseman went into this and said, I'm not going to lose Jaelan Phillips, so I'm not going to even try to pivot to anybody else. So the only way I could see they'd be interested in Patrick Queen is if they thought that Campbell could be an edge rusher, which is what we kind of heard a little bit about last year, right? Well, they tried him as an edge rusher, and that didn't go all that well, and that they basically pulled the plug on that experiment. So do they now pivot the idea and say, well, if we start him off there in training camp and he has a full training camp, everything could be better? I don't think so. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Busy show today. We got multiple opportunities for you to enter to win the bus trip down to Baltimore to go see the Phils play the O's in July. Listen for that sounder to go off. And bonus chances if you're watching on YouTube and X. Plus, keep listening for your chance. You never know. We could solicit some entries all throughout the day. So keep your ears perked. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on X, watch for the screen. It'll give you the clues on how to enter. If you're listening on the radio, listen for our very famous contest sounder. You guys know that sounder, right? And when you hear it, be the seventh caller, and you're entered for a chance to win a trip to go see the Orioles and Phillies. We're going to have our Orioles-Phillies opening day watch party at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Everybody show up, wear your Phillies gear. You must be present to win. We should almost make it mandatory that if your name gets selected and you don't have Phillies gear on, we go to another person. Josh, are you for or against that idea?
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty fair thing to ask people to show up to a Phillies watch party wearing something Phillies related.
Yeah, I mean, we want that place to be red.
I mean, you have different options. You could wear a hat, you could wear a shirt. We're not telling you what to wear. We're just telling you to wear something.
That's right. Yeah, well, it's like just show up, have some Phillies gear on, a hat, a hoodie, a T-shirt, something. Socks. I don't want to see your boxers.
Scarf.
It's fine. Anything. Just have some Phillies gear on. But listen for that sounder to go off. And if you're watching on YouTube or on the X platform, you will see different ways to enter just by watching the show. So let's start with that. That's where we are in free agency. It was a little bit of a slower day today. It picked up a little bit yesterday. So let's kind of go down what we know. By the way, former Vineland running back Isaiah Pacheco has the new home. Pacheco is leaving the Chiefs. He is signing with the Detroit Lions to kind of form a new Sonic and Knuckles there. If you remember, David Montgomery got traded to the Houston Texans. Jahmyr Gibbs is still the running back in Detroit, and he kind of became a star last year and basically kind of had a bigger role than Montgomery. Montgomery wanted out. He got traded, and now Pacheco is heading to Detroit. So Pacheco, who's the only running back in the history of the league to win a Super Bowl his first 2 seasons, he did that in Kansas City. You know, his first 2 years in the league, Pacheco had like 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. His last 2 seasons, he's only played 20 games. He's had a lot of injury problems, and he's had about 700 yards and 2 touchdowns. But could he be a good fit next to Gibbs? I think it's a great compliment to Gibbs. I mean, Pacheco, we all know one of the reasons he's constantly hurt is because he just runs so damn hard. But him as the Knuckles piece to the Sonic in the Sonic and Knuckles, I think it's a good addition by the Detroit Lions. So you look in the NFC, and now the Eagles, you know, they'll have to deal with Detroit, and I'm pretty sure the Eagles play Detroit this year. Are they on the schedule this year? The schedule hasn't been released yet, but we know the opponents. Don't they play? Am I wrong about that? No, they played that North Division last year, so I don't think they play the Lions this year. I guess they would play Chicago, right? Chicago won the division. So Philly would play Chicago. I forget which divisions Philadelphia plays this year. The NFC East plays, I want to say the NFC West and the AFC South. Okay. So they don't play Detroit this year.
They do not have Detroit on the list. No.
Okay. So no Detroit this year. But we imagine that Detroit will be a player in the NFC playoff.
I can confirm the Bears game is in Chicago, though.
Yes, we do know the home and roads. We just don't know the dates yet.
Correct.
Now, there is a tweet. I did put this in my notes for Monday, but I never got to it. Can I go back to my Monday notes?
Yeah, why not?
What day was Monday? What was
yesterday.
The date? Was it yesterday?
Yes.
Then it was last week. It must have been at the end of last week.
Oh.
It was in one of my show notes for last week, but I never got to it. It was from Zach Berman, who listed the possibilities for the Eagles in terms of a couple of a couple of games that they could play in Europe or wherever.
Oh, okay.
The possibilities of some teams that they are going to be playing home games there, and the Eagles play them this year.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to figure out.
Trying to decipher.
Well, they said the Eagles, they can't play this team there because the Eagles play them at home.
Okay.
But these teams have been assigned to play games in, another country, and that the Eagles are on their schedule and they could potentially play them there.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find which games those are.
Yeah, the NFL loves to give us all these little breadcrumbs about the schedule, and they finally drop it on us in May, the full one.
Yeah, and I don't know how anybody feels about it, but I like the London games and that kind of stuff.
I don't love it. I don't hate it. I kind of look at it as
well, as someone who likes to travel, it is something that I'm like, hey, if it's a spot that I haven't been to or I want to go see, like I did for the Phillies in London. I had never been to London before, and it was like, hey, you know what? I haven't been to London before. Why don't we go? So we thought about going to the Eagles game in Brazil, but we picked the London Phillies game instead. So I'm going to try to find that what possibilities they are.
Well, I will say the Eagles away games this year are, excluding the NFC East, obviously, at the Titans. At the Jags.
See, the Titans, Tennessee, Jags. Okay, Jacksonville. Now, what's going on with Jacksonville Stadium this year? Don't they have their capacity's a lot less.
Capacity's a lot less.
I think Jacksonville's one of them.
Jacksonville has got multiple games that are international.
Right, because I think they play in London. But I don't think the Eagles are.
But that's one of their away games.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Another away game on their schedule are the Bears.
All right.
49ers.
Now, could the Bears
I know the 49ers have an international game.
Yeah, I think the 49ers are playing in Mexico City, I want to say.
And then the other one is the Cardinals.
The Cardinals play one of those games?
The Cardinals is an away game. I'm going to go off of the away
game.
No,
I'm saying, but are they one of the teams that has been assigned already to playing in an international game? That's what I'm looking at. The teams that are on the Eagles' schedule that have been assigned to international games. Real quick, by the way, the Eagles have not done anything yet today, and they have not lost anybody today. Yesterday, when we left the show, they lost Reed Blankenship. That was the biggest one of the day for them.
So here are the international games as of right now. So the Rams and 49ers will play in Melbourne, Australia.
The Rams and 49ers, that's the one that was reported originally that it was going to be Philadelphia, if you remember that.
Right, but now it's Rams 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys are playing TBD in Brazil.
Yeah, and I can't imagine. All right, here we go. Here's the tweet from Berman. It says the Atlanta Falcons will play in Madrid this season, which means the Eagles will not play in Madrid. London, Rio, and Mexico City are the remaining options for the Eagles. Rio would be against the Cowboys.
Yes.
Mexico City would need to be versus the 49ers. And London would be against either the Jags or Commanders.
Yeah, the Jags have 2 games in London.
So there's a possibility they could be playing in London against Jacksonville. Now, remember, they did play against Jacksonville in London, like 2018, whatever the year that was. Do you think they would put a division game over there?
If they did, that would be fascinating.
And then the 49er game is in Mexico City, and that would be a big NFC battle. I mean, that's a rematch of the wild card game.
I feel pretty
The
confident
Rio
that'd be a
game,
primetime
can you
game.
imagine, though, putting that game, Eagles-Cowboys on a neutral field?
I don't see them doing a rivalry game, like a division rivalry matchup. But I could totally see Eagles-Jags in London.
That
or,
I could
or
see.
Eagles-49ers in Mexico City. If it's Mexico City, I would feel pretty comfortable saying it's probably going to be a prime time, like a Monday night game.
Yeah. Possible. Well, so there you go. There's the possibilities for the Eagles playing some international games there. I don't even know how we got to that conversation.
Now, let me ask you a question.
You know how we got to that conversation?
Nope. But my question for you is, Mr. World Traveler, if you had the chance to go to the Eagles versus Jags game, which stadium would you prefer? Because the Jags play in both of these stadiums next year. You ready? Would you rather go to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or Wembley Stadium?
I don't know. I don't think I've been to either one. I went to the Phillies game, and I don't remember. I don't remember which stadium that was in.
Well, they're both historically soccer stadiums.
As many of the stadiums over there are.
I believe Wembley is older than Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah, I don't remember let me see what the stadium.
Game?
Let me see which stadium that we went to in London. It was at.
By the way, Geno Smith going back to the Jets.
Oh my Lord!
Poor guy.
It was at London Stadium, so that's different from those two.
Right.
And that stadium was nothing special. It was kind of meh.
Well, I know Wembley is kind of like a very revered stadium. You know, if you've ever watched any of those documentaries about the Premier League, or if you've watched the Wrexham show, Wembley is kind of like almost like a pilgrimage.
The London Stadium would remind me of if you went to Exhibition Stadium where the Expos played.
Okay.
It was just like a circular concrete meh. Yeah, nothing special at all. In fact, it was a little quirky because it's cut for soccer, so it was a little small down certain like the lines and stuff.
Right.
It had it was very difficult, they said, to because it's designed. But anyway, so that's the latest on what's happening with the Phillies, the Eagles, excuse me. Not a whole heck of a lot in terms of free agency yet, but the Patrick Queen stuff. But there we go. According to Schefter, Romeo Dobbs. Patriots.
Disappointing.
So, well, there's a lot now off of that. That just happened. Some breaking news. Romeo Dobbs has signed with the Patriots. So, let's break that down. 1, did they try to get a trade with A.J. Brown? Kept trying. Couldn't get it done. And then pivoted. And now 2, do they want to add A.J. Brown to Romeo Dobbs, or do they look at Dobbs as the main guy there?
I feel like that sounds like a pivot to me because Dobbs is a guy who's used to being part of an offense that he doesn't need to be the number one receiver. And you saw the Patriots last year, they ran that offense without a number one receiver.
Well,
so it feels like Dobbs fits that mold.
Keep this in mind. If you remember, there was some reporting out there that the Patriots were willing to have A.J. Brown and Stephon Diggs as long as Diggs would restructure his contract. Diggs was unwilling to do that, so why can't they go Dobbs and Brown?
They could.
Right. But now the Eagles, if they trade Brown,
there's no Dobbs.
Lose out on Dobbs.
Right. So now, because again, if Dobbs was always, maybe not always, but at least for some of us, we looked at Dobbs as a backup option because of his time with Sean Mannion, and he spoke very highly of Sean Mannion when he talked to you and Scott Grayson at Media Row.
Yeah, I like Dobbs as a replacement for Brown. Now he's off the board. You almost, look at Brown and say, hey, listen, what's out there to replace Brown? Not a whole heck of a lot. So there's some breaking news. Romeo Dobbs has signed with the Patriots, and obviously that is big news because the Patriots were a team that was interested in A.J. Brown.
I got numbers, by the way, for Dobbs. 4 years, almost $70 million.
4 years, almost $70 million. All right, well, that's significant. It's not one of these crazy deals.
It's not a crazy deal, but it does make you think, that doesn't feel like a number the Eagles could not have done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
So it doesn't feel like he got he didn't break the bank.
I like Romeo Doubs too. So unfortunately, he is now off the board. He is going to New England, so he would not be able to be a guy that would be a replacement for A.J. Brown. 609-403-0973. Is that I was trying to look down the list of what has happened today that has really stood out. Not a whole heck of a lot. There was a report earlier today from the NFL Network that said the Patriots trade talks on A.J. Brown are, quote, not dead yet, but that was about half an hour ago.
Right.
They said the asking price is still very high. So did they just say, you know what, this guy's being unreasonable? We'll go to Romeo Doubs.
I think it's very fair to question that because, again, we've been hearing about these A.J. Brown rumors for weeks now. And if the Eagles keep continuing to say, we're not going to budge, we're not going to budge, we're not going to budge, the Patriots say, well, bleep you then. We're just going to go get it somebody else.
They go to Dobbs. What else is happening? You mentioned Geno Smith returning to the Jets. I mean, what are the Jets doing? What are the Jets doing?
The Jets are collecting people.
It's been a great offseason to be a kicker, by the way.
Yes.
Kickers and punters have made a lot of money in this offseason. By the way, we've seen how things have changed in the NFL with kickers and punters being very important. Isaiah Pacheco, we mentioned him, one-year deal with the Detroit Lions. Patrick Queen, according to the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, a handful of teams have called the Steelers about Queen. Dallas and Philadelphia are among those. Now, the Dallas situation is interesting because they got, much like Philadelphia lost 3 starters, Dallas got just absolutely ransacked in their linebacker room yesterday as well. And they've been kind of looking around saying, wait, there's no linebackers left on the table. That's why they're calling. Why? Because Queen has a 1-year deal, and he is looking, or Pittsburgh's looking to possibly move on from him.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Pittsburgh can save $13.3 million against their cap if they trade him. So the team that he would go to would basically be taking him on for what would total to about $13.3 million. So for a team like the Cowboys, to use him as an example, he certainly is a good option considering everything they've lost. For Philadelphia, what's interesting is where does he fit?
That to me is and we'll talk to McMullen about this coming up at 5 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Where does he fit? Where would Patrick Queen, if you were to make a trade for him, and they're talking about a day 3 pick, what does he do in this defense? That goes back to, are you moving Jahad Campbell to an edge rusher spot? And I don't think the Eagles really want to do that. So 609-403-0973. There's the White Horse RV text board. You can get involved there all day long on the show. Don't forget, got that sounder to go off this hour on the Sports Bash. You can listen for your chance to enter to win tickets to go see the Phillies play the Orioles in Baltimore this year. That will be the prize that we're giving away. Listen for your chance to enter coming up this hour. And if you are watching on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, you can enter. That tells you how right on the screen. All right, coming up, it's the Phillies Mailbag. Frank Close. Yes, the World Baseball Classic last night. Good game. USA beats Mexico. There was something that happened in that game that was bizarre. And then after the game, Mexico manager Benji Gill, no relation, he believes that if Mexico played USA again, that they would beat them. And am I in the minority here that I don't care about any of it?
Oh, you're not in the minority. I think that there's more people who are online who care about it than people who in real life care about it. Like, I was out at an establishment this weekend. Someone had the game on, and I literally remember someone looking up and saying, like, what is that?
Well, a lot of the games have not been great. Like, USA's playing Italy, I think, today.
Yeah.
But last night it was a good game. It's Mexico, USA, 2 good teams. So maybe more people were into that game than USA playing Great Britain.
By the way, you want to hear some useless information about Benji Gill? I own a Benji Gill rookie card.
There you go. I think you and probably everybody in the listening audience, they're called commons. They're worth 4 cents. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Frank Close has a Phillies mailbag next. Romeo Dobbs, he signs with the Patriots. What does that mean? We'll talk more about it. John McMullen at 3 o'clock today. Romeo Dobbs. Dobbs, Dobbsy doobsy, Dobbs. All right, let's check in on the Phils. Frank Close's Phillies Mailbag as the Phillies about halfway through spring training. A lot of guys, of course, at the World Baseball Classic. Speaking of the World Baseball Classic, Bryce Harper kind of struggling along at the WBC. He has not really done much down there. A lot of people taking a look. He only has 14 at-bats, but people are taking notice of that. Frank Close from 97.3 ESPN.com is back for another season of the Phillies Mailbag, and he answers your questions right now. What's going on, Frank? Welcome back, man.
Thank you, Mike. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Of course. How was Clearwater?
Very nice. 83, sunny every day, and I'm going back for some more this weekend.
Nice. I will be there Monday, so I guess I just missing you, right? You coming back? When are you coming back?
I'm flying back on Monday morning.
All right, so you'll be in air, and I'll be going the opposite direction.
I'll wave to you from the plane.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look at some of the things in the Phillies mailbag here, and obviously some news yesterday, press conference today. Jesus Luzardo gets a 5-year deal. Rick wants to know, why not just sign Ranger instead of Luzardo? It's basically the same deal, he says. So should they have invested that money into Ranger Suarez?
Well, the deals are very similar. Ranger Suarez getting 5 years, $130 million from the Boston Red Sox. Jesus Luzardo gets 5 years, $135. Tick ahead of what Ranger Suarez got, but no, I think there's a few things that made the difference here. Certainly, Ranger Suarez did a lot for the Phillies over the years, but Jesus Luzardo is 2 years younger than Suarez is right now. So even if this new deal starts next year, that still has him younger at the conclusion of the contract. So that's one reason to feel a little bit more confident in the younger player, even if they're both very, very good. But then, part of it was just timing. This year, Jesus Luzardo is making just $11 million, and that's what he's going to make no matter what happens after this year, which, of course, having that nice low salary enabled the Phillies to do some other things. And, the Phillies have a payroll that's expected to be ahead of $311 million this coming year, with a major luxury tax penalty going with that. So having the ability to have a very reasonable $11 million this year helped the Phillies fill out their roster. And, when you look ahead to this rotation is going to be set for a while, right? You're still not sure about when Zach Wheeler is going to join the rotation this year, but he's on board beyond this year. Then you have Christopher Sanchez signed to a really nice deal. Aaron Nola's locked up for many years. Add Luzardo into the mix, and then you have all 6 years of Andrew Painter's rookie contract. You got to feel good about this starting rotation for a long time. So probably you were looking at one or the other of Luzardo or Suarez. Phillies end up getting the younger player, someone with a little bit more reasonable money on the short term. And by the way, just something I'll add, I didn't write it and I should have, but we've talked in the past. Suarez had a few injury issues that limited his innings. He hasn't hit the 160 inning mark. Last year, Luzardo hit 183. So maybe they figure he's just a tick more reliable in terms of giving them a full season.
Yeah, I guess you could ask, would you rather Luzardo or Suarez? Suarez has had some playoff success. Luzardo pitched well in the playoffs last year. And, Frank, I think, if we have a mailbag session sometime in August, we might be asking, is Luzardo going to be in the rotation in the playoffs, or is he going to be a guy that they're going to have to move to the bullpen? And I guess that has to do with, how does Andrew Painter pitch? How does Aaron Nola pitch? And even if Luzardo's pitching well, he profiled well as a guy in the bullpen.
Yeah, he would. You know what? I tend to think he's going to be a starter. Again, that NLDS start. I mean, if the Phillies won that NLDS, I think a lot of the story would be how well Luzardo pitched. Unfortunately, they didn't come ahead in that series, so you don't really think of that. But I think he showed what he's made of, and he's someone who really likes being a Philly, really likes being with the fans, and so I think this made a lot of sense for them to do. And by the way, this is just my personal opinion, but I think if the Phillies didn't think they had a shot of re-signing Luzardo to this deal, then maybe they would have re-engaged Ranger. Maybe they would have given him a deal, but they probably felt confident that they could get something done here, because even though, again, we can name 5 starters that are guarantees, that have guarantees in terms of contract beyond this year, hey, you never know. I mean, Aaron Nola is still a little bit of a question mark because of, last year or the injury for the first time really, and the subpar performance, and Wheeler coming off that thoracic outlet syndrome. It feels really good for a rotation to have Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo and the upside of Andrew Painter going forward, no matter what.
Yeah, and I know we had some people texting in the last couple of days. I want to get your thoughts on, signing maybe. Do you think a veteran starting pitcher? I know Lucas Giolito is still available. Would you look and explore that, or do you think they're pretty set with Wheeler coming back, and obviously Walker can fill that spot? I don't know who would be the next guy. If somebody got hurt, what do you go to, Alan Rangel? I don't know, maybe Bryce Wilson, or would you rather see them kick the tires on a more veteran pitcher that's still out there?
Yeah, I mean, Alan Rangel and Bryce Wilson, they really are the backup plan right now. And the Phillies were actually interested in adding depth. They were out on the market, but what they're finding is that a lot of these pitchers, they look at the Phillies rotation, they say, okay, Zach Wheeler's coming back. Oh, and they have Nola, and they have Sanchez, and they have Luzardo, and they have Painter, and they just don't really see a real opportunity with the Phillies right now. I mean, that's one of the challenges. A lot of these players that are like Giolito that you mentioned, they're a little bit a tick ahead of Alan Rangel, of course, in that they're going to expect for playing time, and there's really no way for the Phillies to guarantee it right now. So that's the one thing that they've kind of run up against. So I mean, if a major hole develops throughout the season, then maybe they do go out and trade for somebody at that point, and then maybe at that point it's a little bit easier to add somebody. But the Phillies indeed were very, very interested in adding another starter, but it just, Walker Buehler, for example, was somebody they were interested in bringing back, and Buehler even mentioned it the other day, talking with his new team, the Padres, like, hey, I like Philly a lot, but they seem all stacked in the rotation. So, their strength right now is still the rotation in a lot of ways, a really good bullpen too. But so other players do see that and just say, all right, I don't fit in here. The ones that are looking out for their careers. And I think a Giolito, a Buehler, those types of pitchers are trying to prove that they belong in the long term and they don't want to be squeezed out.
All right, Frank, how about the WBC? There is a Phillies prospect that maybe people aren't all that aware of, but maybe the Phillies need to be aware of this guy. Chris wants to know more about Dante Nori.
Yeah, if you haven't been following the World Baseball Classic at all, he had 2 home runs in a game, which earned him 2 espresso shots in the Team Italy dugout. Yes, they have an espresso machine in the dugout, and that became their home run thing. So Dante Nori's going to open some eyes now. He is actually in camp with the Phillies as a major league invitee. He did get a few at-bats so far throughout this spring training play, but yeah, he's on that stage with Team Italy, and hey, I'll tell you what, Mike, even though it was a 2-game sample size, I don't think I've seen a lot of players with a 2.492 OPS ever, even in that small sample size. So, but, Dante Nori is a former first-round pick of the Phillies. They've drafted him at the end of the first round in 2024, currently ranked number 7 on the MLB Pipeline Top 30. And what he is he's a center fielder, and he's got a left-handed bat. But the thing that I guess was the question mark about him in the past was he was pretty small. He's only 5'9", and when they drafted him, he was sitting at like 190 pounds. So I think for him to develop, they do want to see him fill out that body a little bit more. And long term, I think he does project as a center fielder with a bat with maybe a little pop. Maybe 10 to 15 home runs. He's not going to be a power hitter, even though he went on that little power tear for Team Italy. But the thought is he's going to go to AA Reading this year, maybe move up to AAA at some point, and maybe he's someone that could help the Phillies in a couple of years. I think actually in general, AA Reading is going to have some nice players this year to watch. And once you're at Reading, you're kind of knocking on the door of the major league. So beyond this year, they might have some options to help fill out an outfield, right? Because of course there are still some question marks there in the outfield in the long term. Nori is someone that could be a candidate to fill something in a couple of years down the road.
All right, Frank, closest Phillies mailbag. Another interesting question here. This one comes from Jason. He wants to know, Frank, what are your thoughts on the battle for a right-handed outfield bat now that we're past the halfway point of spring training? So I like this question because everybody just assumes, I guess, that it's going to be Otto Kemp and Brandon Marsh out there, and Kemp has had a pretty solid spring. So what is your breakdown of the right-handed bat platoon in left field?
Yeah, so Brandon Marsh, of course, will get the bats as the left-handed part of the platoon, and the Phillies opened this up to a few names this spring. Brian De La Cruz is one that a lot of people had their eyes on, especially after winning a Dominican League MVP this offseason. Pedro Leon was a former top prospect for Houston. He's in camp competing for a job, and he's actually still on the Phillies roster right now, so that's something to keep an eye on. And then they brought in Dylan Moore, who kind of can play everywhere. He's that kind of player, won a Gold Glove as a utility player with Seattle a few years ago. But I honestly think, Mike, at this point, I was reticent to anoint him as such because I thought that in a lot of ways he was sort of the backup plan if the Phillies had to trade Alec Boehm to pick up another player and they needed to plug third base for a while. But I think Kemp has kind of shown that he might belong in that platoon in left field. If you look at his numbers, he has an 894 OPS, 3 doubles, 2 home runs in his 28 at-bats. But me, when I was watching him down there in Clearwater last week, he just has this poise, like he just belongs. And I think he is very focused, and I think the team recognizes that. They really are high on Otto Kemp. And so, right now, I think he's in the process of earning that spot. Now, there could be some room for one of the other players as well. De La Cruz hasn't been bad, but I think that they would err on the side of Kemp because Kemp is the one that has the familiarity on the major league roster with them. Again, they think he's got some great upside. So I think the job could go to Kemp, but they still have another roster spot there to play with. Could De La Cruz be maintained too? We'll see. Moore is the type of player, though, that probably is your last man off your bench. The middle infielders that are your backup middle infielders, they tend to get the least amount of at-bats on the roster in the designated hitter era, right? You need somebody that you can plug in at shortstop at the end of the game if there's an injury, that kind of thing. So I could see Moore making it as the other one. Now that kind of leaves De La Cruz out. He's only on a minor league deal. But we'll see. There's still 2 weeks left before they head north, and right now, my money is on Otto Kemp. I thought he had a really impressive last week, and I think he's really showing that he belongs.
Let me ask you this real quick, Frank. Right now, obviously, it looks like Justin Crawford is going to be the center fielder. What happened if Crawford struggled and or got hurt?
Well, I think they're going to give him a long leash. They're probably going to still run him out there every day, probably through a good June into July. If that happens, well, then they might need to start making some contingency plans. I mean, Brandon Marsh can slide over to center, and you don't feel too bad about that, although he's probably best suited in left field. And, this is where I think that the pending suspension for Rojas comes in. You kind of want to have a talented center fielder at AAA you can grab that can at least make the plays. And by the way, Rojas made a couple nice plays last week down in Clearwater. So, waiting to see what happens there. But, I think the Phillies might need to see who they can pick up as a maybe end of spring training acquisition an option.
This is where the Phillies bother me all the time in spring training. And I don't know if other teams are like this as well. I don't pay attention to every single spring training game. But I don't need to see Otto Kemp play third base one inning this thing. I don't need – every inning should be in left field. He needs to play as much left field as possible. Wasting time playing him at third base, 1. 2, I don't need to see Rojas play left field ever. I don't need him to play left field, wasting innings. Those innings should go to – I hate when they do that. You're in spring training to learn how to do things. Get the reps out there. Stop playing guys in areas where they're no of help to you. I can't stand when they do that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, another name that's not really part of this conversation yet but might be down the line, Keaton Anthony. Not really hitting this spring, but the question was, could he possibly play left field? He's someone who's a first baseman who hit very well last year in the Phillies system. I would like to have seen him in left field more, but then again, he was at first base some games. And Otto Kemp, the one game I was at last week, I think he was the DH. So to your point, yeah, I get it if Kemp, they want to see if he can go back and forth between the infield and outfield because, if he's on the roster, he's probably part of the infield depth as well. But I agree with you that they should probably trying to give these guys time at the positions where they have those needs and they really need to show that they belong.
Yeah, and listen, if Bohm's going to need a day off, generally that must mean that Sosa will play third base, I would imagine, over Kemp. Who knows? Maybe it's a day where Sosa's playing second, Kemp's playing one, and they want to give Harper a day off, and Bohm goes to first if there's a lefty pitching. But, again, I don't need to see Otto Kemp playing third base. Go learn how to play left field and focus on that. That's what you look like you're going to be doing. All right, Phillies Mailbag, of course, every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. I guess Nola's not pitching for Italy tonight against USA, right?
He's supposed to go tomorrow, I believe. So yeah, you should expect to see Nola the 11th. That was the time that was the day he was scheduled to do so.
It would have been nice to see Nola up against that lineup to see how that would have worked out.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, some of these matchups are, and by the way, my money, not that I'm a bettor, but I like the Dominican Republic in this series just because
All right.
I think that they really really want it for their country in a way that I think an American can't, just because they play at home all the time. I think this means a little extra, but this is these are quite the super teams. I think USA, Dominican, and even Japan.
Real quick, what's your take on the last bullpen? McCambly's a Rule 5. You got Pop, who's got some guaranteed money. Bolin, who they traded for. I guess he's going to make the team. You got any thoughts on that back in that last bullpen arm?
Yeah, I would just add I would not rule out Chase Sugart, someone that the Phillies signed this offseason as well. He's looking pretty good. I think the ones that I would have said Kyle Backus was kind of a one that was kind of targeted, but hey, Sugart had a really nice season last year with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So far, he's looking really good this spring. I didn't have him on my list at first, so I want to keep an eye on Chase Sugart. I think that's the name to look at because he's looking pretty good down there so far.
Okay, by the way, Real Muto, a homer today, 2 for 3. Bohm is hitting .353 this spring. For people watching, Garcia, 211 so far with a couple strikeouts today. Bryson Stott had another hit. He's up to .571. Brian De La Cruz fighting for a roster spot. He's at .273 with a .360 on-base percentage. And right now, Dylan Moore, .222. So Cruz and Moore probably battling for a spot there. You mentioned some of those battles for the right-handed bat. So that is happening today in Clearwater as the Phillies take on the Yankees. It is 4-2 Yankees over the Phillies. Tanner Banks started today, followed by Bolin. Alvarado and Duran came in and pitched. They both racked up a pair of strikeouts. So good to see Alvarado followed by Duran. So that's good stuff for the Phils. Frank Close does great work on the Phils. He's heading back to spring training, and I'll be down there next week as well, as will Jeff Kerr. So we'll have a lot of coverage on the Phillies from Clearwater. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Frank Close, everybody. 97.3 ESPN.com. Stick around. And, of course, there's so many things today, including tonight is the MAC Basketball Championship at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. And I do have some championship tickets to give away. We came across a couple championship tickets. We're going to be giving those away coming up today on the Sports Bash. We will do that in the next hour here on the show. 3 o'clock hour, we will blow out all of the championship tickets for tonight's game at Boardwalk Hall. It is a 9 o'clock tip, so I know it is late. Make sure you can go to the game tonight. We'll tell you how you can win those tickets next hour right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up next hour, John McMullen, the latest on the Eagles, what's happening there. Romeo Dobbs, he signs with the Patriots. And, of course, all right, that's coming up next here. McMullen on the Birds on the Sports Bash. And that is our contest sounder for the Phillies Orioles bus trip. Win a trip to see the Phillies play in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. Caller number 7 right now, 609 573 3776. The Sports Bash will be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point on opening day for our annual watch party. You must be present to win, and one lucky winner is going to walk away with a pair of tickets, round-trip transportation, and lower-level seats at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Caller 7 right now, 609 573 3776. Caller 7 right now. Good luck. And don't forget, if you're watching the show on YouTube or X, there's a bonus way you can enter right now. Good luck. All right, 3 o'clock. We'll get the latest on everything happening in the NFL. Geno Smith, by the way, heading back to the Jets. Romeo Dobbs, he's going to the Patriots. Congratulations, Joe in Sicklerville. Joe, we'll see you at our Phillies watch party. Wear your Phillies gear. You have a chance to win trip down to Baltimore's Camden Yard to see the Phillies play the Orioles this year. Another chance coming up next hour. And don't forget, if you're watching the show on YouTube or X, you get bonus chances by watching over there. I see people entering online right now, thanks to the people watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Right now, we're going to check in on the Birds and what's happening or not happening, and why isn't anything happening. John McMullen, of course, Birds 365, probably discussed a lot of this on his show this morning. Here we are hours later, John, and no news has happened. Are you surprised that you did your show today, now you're on my show today, and still nothing?
No, not terribly surprised when it comes to outside news or outside signings. Very similar to last year when I think A.J. Dillon was the first one. So you're talking about the second wave. We're still on the end of sort of the first wave. Something, Dallas Goedert's contract voids today. So today's a big day if they're going to get something done with Dallas Goedert. Don't think they will, but we'll see. And then, of course, you talked about yesterday, obviously Jaelan Phillips was a priority, which I mentioned on your show. They were unable to get him back, so that was a disappointment. But the other ones, they fully expected to lose Nakobe Dean. They certainly expected to lose Jahan Dotson and Reed Blankenship as well. The only one I question is Reed because, I know they thought of him as a 10 or 11 million, $10+ million player. And you start to think to yourself, well, he only got $8.25 million. So in theory, that's a bargain. Why don't you pivot and bring him back? And I think the answer is simply, I wrote about this on Eagles on SI. The answer is simply, they don't want to play that middle class game. They didn't do it last year, and they basically are building their roster because they have so many star players. They have this demarcation line, and if you're under it, they're not going to bring you back. And if you're over it, you're going to get paid a lot of money. And that leaves the rest of the roster is going to be first-year contracts, first rookie contracts, so the first 4 years or 5 if you're a first-round pick. And then, sort of the 1 year signings that you saw a bunch of last year. That's how they're building this thing to try to keep as many high-priced stars as they can.
Well, that you just mentioned it there. They went for a lot of 1 year deals. That's why a guy like Isaiah Rodgers walked. He got extra year. The Eagles said, look, if you're going to be here, you're only getting a 1 year deal. We're not giving anybody multiple years. It seems like that'll be an interesting way to see if they continue to build this thing. So we'll try to see who might fit into that one because there's a lot of interesting things today. Romeo Dobbs just signed with the Patriots. Does that domino affect anything for you in the A.J. Brown stuff?
No, I don't think so. I mean, on paper it looks like a decent deal, but it's certainly not a wide receiver 1 deal. And I like Romeo Dobbs. I think he's a pretty good player, but I think he averages about 650 yards a season, receiving yards. That doesn't exactly scream wide receiver 1. So, if you're talking about that particular team and a young quarterback in Drake May, losing Stephon Diggs, Mac Hollins was a big part of their receiving. They still need improvement at wide receiver. Now, so I don't think it precludes them from trading for A.J. Brown. But I don't think it's going to get done in this window, which is rapidly closing. And by that, I mean by the start of the new league year tomorrow. If it doesn't happen by then I think you're kicking the can down the road. But what I think this whole thing has shown is that A.J. Brown's not going to be here. And it's become not if, but when, from my perspective. He's going to be traded. And there's a number of pivot points. There's obviously the easiest one would be post June 1st for the Eagles. But again, teams budget the vast majority of their assets by that point, so it's more difficult to get the kind of give back that you want. But as we've seen from the Micah Parsons deal in late August last year, if you got a good enough player, teams are willing to move mountains, and I think that would be the case with AJ. So I think he's leaving. I don't know when. I don't think it's going to be by tomorrow at 4. But I don't think he's going to be here. And the best case scenario was you'd have him for one more year, and you trade him next March. That would be, I think, the best case scenario. But when I say best case, I don't know if that truly is the right term, because I think it's pretty clear he doesn't want to be here.
All right, that's pretty interesting. He doesn't want to be here. Obviously, the Patriots, they make a deal. Romeo Dobbs gets a 4-year deal, $70 million, so that gives them the opportunity to still make a deal, but the asking price still high. We'll see what happens there. John McMullen, Birds 365. As he mentioned, Sports Illustrated, and, of course, A.J. Brown. Haven't heard a lot of stuff on Brown today. It's been kind of under wraps for most of this day, and then the Patriots go out and do get a wide receiver. They, of course, have been at the top of that list. There was a report about the Eagles calling about Patrick Queen. Does that make any sense to you at all?
Zero. I think some of these people don't think about their trade conspiracies. The whole reason Nakobe Dean's not here is because he got a pretty good contract at free agency, $12 million a year average annual value. He's not going to be a starter here. He's going to be the third linebacker behind Zach Bond and Jihad Campbell. So the whole point of the reason why he's not here is because you don't pay a backup linebacker $12 million a year. Patrick Queen, not sure what his contract is, but I know he makes a decent amount. And you don't pay a third linebacker that kind of money. So, no, it makes no sense.
Well, does that kind of suggest, John, because there are these people out there that are like, well, Jihad Campbell could be an edge rusher, and if you lose Phillips, the Eagles don't view Campbell in that role, right?
No, certainly not. There was that very small window when Nakobe came back, and they wanted to keep him on the field because I think people forget that he played really well in those first 6 or 7 games before Nakobe came back. And they said, well, Vic's a big Nakobe fan, and how do we keep him on the field, Jihad Campbell? And the easiest way was to give him some edge reps, and they tried it, and it didn't go well. So if that's the plan, that's a really bad plan in the short term. That, like if you want to scrap the whole thing and say we're going to turn this guy into an edge rusher, I think that's a multi-year process, and I don't know why people forgot those first 6 or 7 games, but I think that sold the Eagles on Jihad Campbell as a stacked linebacker or off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, so the Queen thing, I mean, the only thing that I could kind of try to come to terms with would be, John, that, he's on a 1-year deal. They really like him, and but
where's he going to play?
Exactly. What does that mean for Campbell? Exactly. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But according to the reports, the Eagles were one of teams that called Pittsburgh for Queen, which eventually, right off the bat, I said the same thing you said. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. You seem to agree.
Yeah, I don't see the fit. I don't see where he would play. I remember Vic got that question. I think there's the old mentality of 4-3-3-4. Well, why can't you play 3 linebackers? And Vic got that question in training camp. I encourage everybody to look for it. He just chuckled.
Yeah.
His actual answer was, when I asked if he can play 3 linebackers, he looked at it was Bob Rookover asked the question. He looked at Brookie and he said, "At linebacker?" He chuckled. No. That's not how the modern game is played. So the point being, Brookie's point was, can you play Jihad Campbell? That's what he's trying to say, an edge rusher. And Vic took it in a different direction. But, yeah, obviously Patrick Patrick Queen is not going to be an edge rusher, and Jahad Campbell certainly didn't show he was advanced enough to do it last year. So I don't see the fit at all. They want a big time edge rusher. Think Jonathan Grenard if you're thinking of the trade market. I mean, a proven big time commodity on the edge.
All right, so let's look at a couple other things. You mentioned Dallas Goedert and that whole contractual situation. Do you think it's a better chance again that he comes back? Because last year he was as good as gone, and they figured out a way to get him back. So no market yet for him. If he gets through the next 2 days, or the first 2 days, I should say, is there a better chance that Goddard's back?
Yeah, well, until the door is closed, you never say never. He took a $4 million pay cut last year. So I think the hope was that, this would be his last chance at his age. He'll be 32 before the end of next season to get multiple years. So I think if he gets multiple years, he's gone, similar to what you brought up with Isaiah Rodgers last year. And if he doesn't, if he's got to go 1 year by year, and it's under $8 million or something of that nature, maybe I'd rather certainly go that route because of all the void money you're going to lose against the cap. You'd rather go that than sign another veteran tight end like that. A lot of people have talked about David Njoku. In that instance, you're absorbing all the dead Dallas Goedert money and paying David Njoku. It doesn't make much sense. I would just keep Dallas Goedert. But we'll see how it goes. The Eagles seem to want to avoid those contracts that, the 8 to 12 or $13 million contracts. They just don't go after those types of players during this. Now, that'll eventually change, but they have so many stars, and they have so many stars coming down the pike who are going to get paid massive money. Think about what Trent McDuffie got in his new contract. Now, I don't think anybody in Philadelphia cares, but I know one person who does, and that's Howie, because he knows, well, guess who's coming down the pike next year? Quinyon Mitchell. Guess where that starts? $31 million.
Right. I mean, the Mitchell, and I keep wondering about Cooper DeJean. That's going to be a tricky contract, you would think, as well, because he doesn't really play a traditional position.
Well, the Eagles are paying the lip service and saying they're going to pay Cooper like he's in out, because it would be a problem. If you're not going to pay him like an outside corner, well, then, his camp will start lobbying to play him an outside corner because you want to get the big money. But I think the Eagles have at least, and you won't know if it's just lip service or they're telling the truth, but I think they're telling the truth because they know how valuable he is and how much impact he has on the game. And ironically, he has a bigger impact on the game than outside corners because of how dominant he is. And closer to the line of scrimmage, he's involved in run support. He's involved, obviously, in pass coverage. He can blitz. He can do. He's a great run stopper as a nickel corner. So he impacts the game more than even Quinyon Mitchell does.
Right.
But the nature of the NFL, oftentimes, I say it all the time, the business of the NFL often doesn't align with the product on the field. Slot corner is an example of that. Safety is an example of that, as they get paid less by outside corners, but they're more involved in the action. On offense, running backs are the evidence of that. They get paid less than wide receivers, but they have they touch the football more. The big-time running backs touch the football more than the big-time receivers. But the business side of it doesn't align up with the football side of it.
All right, John, obviously yesterday they lose Phillips, and there's not much left. So a trade, the best option there, did that kind of catch them off guard? And some people are like, whoa, did Howie, was he not prepared for Phillips to leave? Like, is that why things kind of got out of whack here?
Boy, 24 hours, no confidence in Howie whatsoever.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger on the questions, okay?
He's got contingent. He's always got. That's what makes him the best GM in football. And I think he is. He's always got contingencies, always. Now, that was the priority. They wanted to get it done. I don't know the exact walkaway number. I'll get it eventually. My guess it was 27-ish, and it went to 30. That's a big number for Jaelan Phillips. Keep an eye on Grenard, but, there's a bunch of teams in on him because he's a really good player. And I think if the Eagles are able to pull that off, Eagles fans will forget about Jaelan Phillips very, very quickly because I think he's certainly a better pass rusher. Jaelan Phillips might be a better all-around player, but, the pass rush is so important to Philadelphia as a whole. So, they're going to make moves. They're going to do things. But, the impatience is amusing, because he told everybody on the record this is what was coming, but nobody wants to listen. Now, again, I think it would be different if Jordan Davis, the extension is signed, and you get Jaelan Phillips done.
Yeah.
I think the narrative is different. So losing out on Jaelan Phillips was a blow, but yeah, it's not like he's caught off guard and he doesn't have, contingencies.
All right, let's go to they lose Reed Blankenship here. On the surface, Blankenship, good player. I don't know that it's a tremendous loss, but not much here, right? Not much here to fill that spot. What kind of avenues do you foresee them filling Blankenship? They got Nakobe coming back. They don't have a lot after those two guys. They don't have a lot after Nakobe. Sidney Brown seems like, they look at him as more of a special teamer. So you would think they certainly have to be looking for a safety, correct?
Yeah, and it could be the draft. It could be, I would be uncomfortable lining up a rookie safety next to a second-year safety, especially considering some of the struggles Drew had with that part of the game. And Reed was a big help from that perspective. It could be as simple as bringing back Marcus Epps on a one-year deal just to be sort of that Reed-like influence in the short term as you try to develop a longer-term option. But, yeah, Reed to me is the example of the one of all the four, like I said. They knew they were losing Nakobe Dean, and they understood it, and they had the heir apparent ready in John Campbell. They knew they're losing John Dotson, and I don't think many people cared. Once it went to $30 million, they're not going to go with Jaelan Phillips, so that was a bit of a curveball. And then Reed, because they think he was an 8-figure player, so they thought his market was going to be $10, $11, $12 million, somewhere in that range, and they weren't going to re-sign him at that number. But he came in at 8.25. So my question was, all right, so his market wasn't as bad as you guys thought it would be. Why not pivot and bring him back? And the answer is pretty simple. They didn't want to bring him back. They don't want to be in that middle class range. They don't want to sign those types of players. I don't necessarily agree with it. That's the one guy I think lacked logic yesterday for a number of reasons. If you think about where he came from, when he came out, and I kid you not, so we're talking 2022, he was probably 90 of 90 on the offseason roster. He got the least amount of money from the undrafted free agents. He was certainly, I can say, confirm, he was last on the secondary depth chart. Went through every drill dead last. Opened eyes on special teams. Started a few games in his rookie season because he had opened so many eyes by that point.
Right.
By year two, we all went, who's going to start as a safety? He took the first rep as a starting safety and took every single rep in training camp and became the starting safety for the entire season and hasn't lost the job since. Wins the Super Bowl. This is a guy as a GM, as an organization, you should take immense pride in not only finding but developing and what he's turned into. The fact that he went from that Super Bowl winning player as a safety, as not only the leader of the secondary from a on-field communication standpoint, and then he's voted a team captain. He's not handed that. It's not Nick Sirianni. That's his teammates voting him a team captain. If anybody should have been brought back, it's Reed Blankenship, and they didn't bring him back.
Well,
so that tells me they don't want to be involved with those middle-class contracts.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he didn't get like crazy paid, but the contract. I still can't believe the contract that Phillips got, but I guess that's the state of the NFL now. Where you're the 32nd quarterback in the league and you're getting paid $30 million. But I mean, Malik Willis just got $45 million. I mean, my Lord. So $30 million for Phillips. Dean gets a lot of money. He spurns Dallas to go to Vegas, and then Reed Blankenship, and then, of course, Dotson. He has gone too. Philadelphia hasn't added. They've lost 3 on the starting defense. They have to replace a starting safety, the starting linebacker, who they do have in-house, and then, of course, Jaelan Phillips. So we'll see. We'll be keeping an eye on that and more. John McMullen did.
And by the way, you're going to be on my show tomorrow, Mike. So I you don't have to do it, but I did this on my show. Yeah, because there are so many people upset, and there always are when the Eagles don't make moves early, and people leave and they get emotional, which is, understandable since especially Nakobe and Reed have been here for a long time. But this was a bad free agency class. So I asked flat out, who did you want? And I didn't get one answer, Mike.
Who did you want in free agency? Right. Yeah. You're right. Not a great class. I mean, let's go a couple quick ones real fast. Would you be shocked if they went after Trey Hendrickson?
Well, depending on the markets, the reason, at least what I'm hearing, is why Trey hasn't signed is because he wants multiple years at like Max Crosby level money. And I don't think they would be in at that level. If it eventually comes down to, because of his age and he's coming off an injury-plagued season, if it came down to, say, $25 million on a short-term deal, yeah, I think they'd be first in line. But that's going to take some time to get down to that level.
Right, and then there's not a whole heck of a lot. I guess you could look at Woolen if you want to get a corner opposite of, Quinyon. I mean, I guess he's somebody that we've heard his name over the last couple of years. Other than that, I mean, there's just not a whole heck of a lot out there.
Yeah, well, I'm not even talking about the guys that are left. I'm talking about when it started. I mean, who do you really want?
Yeah, it wasn't a great class.
No, it's. And when you talk about if they sign Bradley Chubb, for instance, I think that's the floor of, edge rusher. Bring in somebody like that for 1 or 2 years. I mean, that's just as good as the secondary guys who signed. The kid from the Chargers, the Penn State kid, I always forget his name, Odofe. He got 4 years and $100 million. Mm-hmm. He's done nothing.
Yeah, Mafe is another guy, an edge rusher. He got off so once they lost Phillips, that second group of edge rushers went off. Now there is Chubb there, but you're right. There wasn't a whole heck of a lot of attractive guys. And if we would have said, "Hey, they added so and so today," I don't think anybody would have been too excited.
Well, they probably would have been excited because it's a new name. But, you take somebody like, getting $25 million. Remember, Baltimore traded him because he was underachieving. And then he had a decent second half of the season with the Chargers. And he cashes in for $25 million. I would not have done that deal, to say the least.
Jaquan Brisker, any interest there? Safety.
Well, under $5 million, yeah. Anything over $5 million.
Gotcha.
They need to bring in somebody.
I mean, you re-kick the tires on Kevin Byard.
No, not at his.
They'll be 33. Did have 7 interceptions last year.
Oh, he's a playmaker, but I also don't think he had the best, time coming back to his hometown either. I don't think Kevin would want to come back.
Well, he came into a terrible situation with the whole, he had the firing and stuff like that. All right, well, there you go. There's an update on everything. And as we had this conversation, Philadelphia still has not done anything. But John thinks there will be moves to be made and does expect A.J. Brown to be moved. We'll keep an eye on all that. John McMullen, everybody.
Not during. Just want to clarify. Not during this window. I don't think he's getting moved now. I think eventually he's getting moved.
Right. You said you think he'll be traded. You don't know when.
Yes,
Gotcha.
exactly.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow morning, 8:20 on Birds 365. You can find me there. Thanks, John.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
All right. John McMullen, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, we're streaming the show live every day on the YouTube channel, 97.3 ESPN. If you're watching on YouTube, you get bonus chances to qualify for a trip to go see the Phillies and Orioles. For all the people watching out there today, we appreciate you. We'll give you that opportunity now. Here is the way that you can do it. If you're watching on YouTube or on the X platform, you have a chance for bonus entries. We signed people up last hour. Coming up, we'll get all the latest on what's happening, some possibilities. The Sounders going to go off this hour, and I have tickets to go see the MAC Championship tonight. I'll tell you how you can win those coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Love the March Madness, and it continues tonight at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. The MAC championship game is at Boardwalk Hall tonight at 9 o'clock. Right now, if you want to go to the MAC basketball championship game tonight, 9 o'clock, I have a 4-pack of lower-level seats for the game. Text MAC, M-A-A-C, to 609-403-0973. And if you're the first person that gets in on the text board, 609-403-0973, text the word MAC, M-A-A-C, include your name and where you're from, and we will contact you to let you know how you can pick up your 4-pack of tickets for the game tonight. MAC, M-A-A-C, with your name and where you're from, and we will contact our winner. Make sure you can go to the game tonight. It is a late 9 o'clock tip. I understand it is 9 o'clock. The MAC had nothing to do with that. This is because of television. That is why the game is at 9 o'clock tonight. But if you want to go to the game tonight, I do have a 4-pack of tickets for you right now. Text the word MAC, M-A-A-C, with your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. And the tickets are thanks to our friends at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant in Egg Harbor Township. I actually had lunch there on Saturday. Tremendous. You know, people ask me all the time. It's funny, like as if I'm lying. They're like, do you actually eat there? I ate there Saturday. I had a fantastic lunch. I actually had so many. The portions are so big. We had leftovers. We brought home all sorts of leftovers because they just kept bringing out food. It was unbelievable. I'll tell you one thing that you need to try when you go there. Very underrated. I have not had it. And all the times I've been to Nizam's, I have never tried the mango juice before. This mango juice is outstanding. Outstanding. I don't know why I never tried it before. That and the rice pudding. We had the rice pudding for dessert on Saturday for lunch. Phenomenal. But the Nizam donated the tickets for the game tonight. So if you want to go to the game, I don't know. I haven't checked the text board yet. We may already have a winner. But 609-403-0973. Text MAC, M-A-A-C, with your name and where you're from. And we will contact the winners. We'll let you know how you can get your tickets. It is for the game tonight, 9 o'clock, Boardwalk Hall. It is Merrimack and Siena playing for the championship. Now, Merrimack is the number one seed. They're an interesting story. They're a new Division I team a couple of years ago. And Siena is coached by, you remember Jerry McNamara, the former Syracuse player. He is the coach at Siena. And you know how this story ends. Siena will probably win the game. They go to the tournament. They upset somebody, and then Jerry McNamara becomes the next head coach at Arizona because Bobby Hurley just got fired. So Bobby Hurley is out there, and I say Arizona. It could be any team that got rid of their coach. I'm just saying, how apropos would it be if Jerry McNamara, the Syracuse alum, ends up getting a job replacing Bobby Hurley, the Duke alum. I think Hurley will get a job Hurley will probably get a job. I think he's got to come closer to home where he's got a little bit of roots here in the Northeast. You know, his dad's a legendary high school coach, and his brother's the coach at UConn. You get Danny Hurley back here. He's out west. He's got to come back this way, I think. You know, that Arizona team, he got let go, I think yesterday was the announcement there. So 609-403-0973. We got plenty of text messages on the White Horse RV text board, Josh. You want to hit some of these text messages here. He says, I feel much better about the Eagles keeping A.J. Brown now that McMullen says he'll be traded. That's basically a guarantee that A.J. will be back this season. So you're not a big fan of McMullen's prediction there that A.J. Brown would be traded. I'm still 50-50 on it. At first, I didn't think it was a possibility that he would be traded. I'm coming around a little bit now that I do think that he could be traded. 609-403-0973. Jeff in Ocean City says, who's your pick to win the MAC tonight? I told you, and he says, when's the last time a 1 seed won? I told you yesterday, the 1 seed hasn't won, I don't think, in quite some time. I have not seen Merrimack. I watched Siena play on Saturday, and I just think the McNamara story kind of seals it for me that I would go Siena. My buddies are in town, actually. They do the radio show in Albany, and they carry Siena games. So they're down here covering the game. And, I'd like to see those guys get an opportunity to drive all the way from Albany to here, which is about a 5-hour drive, and it doesn't go to waste. So I'm going to go Siena tonight over Merrimack. What else we got? 609-403-0973. I definitely – let's go a couple more text messages here. I hear what you guys are saying on the level of players on defense, but wondering if losing Christian Parker to Dallas will impact not paying players like Blankenship for lower money. He really was impactful in developing rookies. Thoughts? Not sure about who replaced him. That's from Jesse in Atlantic City. So, Jesse, you're talking about what McMullen said, that they're not paying mid-level guys multiple-year deals. And that's what we've been told. We're going to talk to Adam Kaplan next hour and hear what Kaplan's hearing on all this. But if you want multiple years, the Eagles have basically said, sorry, and that's why Isaiah Rodgers isn't here. He got an extra year from Minnesota, so the Eagles said, we could bring back Isaiah, 2-year deal, or we can get a Dory Jackson on a 1-year deal. They looked at those two players very similarly and ended up bringing in a Dory Jackson. But losing Christian Parker, you are right. That is a big loss for them. He has done a great job developing Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and really keeping that secondary with Reed Blankenship, Andrew Nakobe together. Who's the guy that replaced him? I'm not 100% sure the guy's name who has replaced him. I'm sure we can look that up. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Mike, the NFL had the Niners play the Cardinals in Mexico City a few years ago, so there is already precedent to play division games overseas. Okay, but I will say this, to be fair, the Niners and Cardinals isn't exactly Eagles-Cowboys level. Now, maybe Eagles-Commanders is kind of the weaker of the division rivalry games. JW in Ocean City. Mike, the Eagles could possibly play Jacksonville or the Commanders in London. Yes, we talked about that a little earlier in the show. All right, 609-403-0973. Keep the text messages coming. And we'll continue with the free agent stuff. I'm kind of looking over my shoulder here because we do have the TV up. They are talking about A.J. Brown's future as we speak right now. He is signed through 2029. He has no guaranteed money left on the deal. And here is what the very latest is on A.J. Brown and his future in Philadelphia. Let's hear what Adam Schefter and the team has to say about all this situation.
So just to give a little context, so it initially came up as part of the Romeo Doubs conversation.
Right.
Right?
Doubs signed with the Patriots.
Right. So Jeremy Fowler was explaining initially that the Eagles were very much, the Patriots were very much interested in A.J. Brown trade with the Eagles initially, and now that he says that the Romeo Doubs signing has cooled that.
Pivot point there is the New England Patriots, because my sense this morning was that they had sort of cooled on A.J. Brown, or at least there wasn't any steam for a deal becoming imminent, and they were working on this Romeo Doubs situation. So Doubs was deciding between the New England Patriots and the Washington Commanders. Both teams had competitive offers out for him. When he chose New England, now they have a lot of money committed to Romeo Doubs and some other players that they signed in free agency. I'm not so sure they're going to allocate the resources to go get A.J. Brown, and they were considered one of the top contenders for Brown.
Did hear that, I did read on X platform as well that Ann Rappaport also reported the same thing, that now they've kind of turned their attention elsewhere. But seems like conflicting reports out there. Some people are saying the Dobbs deal doesn't mean that they're going to divert their attention, because they had said before that they would be willing to go with Brown and Diggs as long as Diggs redid his contract. Well, now they get rid of Diggs and they bring in Dobbs for a more manageable number.
And which is where Schefter jumped in and explained that part of the reason why A.J. Brown has not been traded yet is because the Eagles were paying attention to how the market be impacted by another big name, Mike.
There was a window in time, I think, last week before the Max Crosby trade got done. Now, the Eagles never made an offer on Max Crosby, but they're watching because they're trying to get a deal done with Jaelan Phillips. Now, if Max Crosby still were available, would the Eagles have been backing on Max Crosby? I think they might have been.
Well, that's interesting. Because if they lost Phillips, they could have diverted their attention to Crosby. Crosby gets traded before anything happens here. And that kind of,
And that kind of leans into the question that we had about is how much did the Jaelan Phillips to Carolina move shake up their plans? And it seems like based on what Schefter is saying, he's kind of implying that, hey, the Eagles, they had a way they were going to handle this, and now they're kind of left at the altar without any bride.
Per se, they could go Grenard. They could go Bradley Chubb.
Right.
So there are a couple of bridesmaids out there. I don't know how attractive they are.
Right. To which then Schefter shifted back over to the A.J. Brown situation for the Eagles.
There also was a window right before the start of the negotiating period. I was going to call it the new league year. If the Eagles are going to make a move on A.J. Brown, you would want to do it there so that you know the resources you do and don't have to go attack the heart of free agency. Well, the top players are off the board. Jaelan Phillips is now in Carolina. So there really were a couple of windows last week where if a trade is going to happen, it would have happened then. Now, that doesn't mean a trade couldn't come up, but I think there's no urgency.
No urgency, and I think a lot of it is because the Eagles benefit from not trading him pre-June 1st.
There's that, but there's also the fact that, the Eagles don't have to trade him for less than they're asking for if eventually down the road.
That too, but what McMullen said was pretty, concrete that they are going to trade him. It's not when, it's not if, it's when.
Well, to that point, Adam Schefter explained when you might see A.J. Brown traded now that he hasn't been traded as of the previous two, as he calls them, windows.
Could this bubble up again before or during the draft? Yes, it could. Could it bubble up again before June 1st or right after? It could. Training camp? Yes. It's gone away for right now. It doesn't mean it's gone, but there's no urgency and there's no reason for the Philadelphia Eagles to act on this at this time.
All right. No urgency. There's the word there. No urgency. So can they divert their attention to other things? Adam Kaplan in 14 minutes has football at 4. Listen for that sounder to go off. We do have another chance for you to qualify for that bus trip down to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, bonus chances to qualify right now if you're watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, 352 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got the very latest on NFL free agency. Nothing's happening. But Adam Schefter on whether the Patriots signing of Romeo Doubs rules out a trade for A.J. Brown. That's one thing that a lot of people have been kind of wondering. Here is what A.J. Brown said earlier today on the Pat McAfee Show.
Brown gets traded up there because of how close he is with Vrabel. Does this completely rule out the A.J. Brown?
No, I don't think it rules it out, but certainly I think it diminishes the importance that a trade needs to happen. I think it gives the Patriots a little bit of flexibility. It adds another receiver to their room. They needed more help there. They're going to get Romeo Doubs here now.
All right, so that's what Adam Schefter said on the Pat McAfee Show earlier today. Don't rule it out. Diminishes the importance that a trade needs to happen for New England. Now New England says, look, we replace Stephon Diggs. We went out and got Romeo Doubs. So what does that mean for the A.J. Brown stuff? Well, everybody just now assumes, well, they're not going to trade A.J. Brown to at least the Patriots. John McMullen says not so fast. He believes that McMullen believes that Brown will in fact be traded, and he said on our show earlier that it's not a matter of if, but when. All right, there you go. It's our contest sounder, 609 573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. The contest sounder was very aggressive in that segment right there. Didn't want to hear anything about A.J. Brown. But Phillies-Orioles bus trip to Camden Yards. Win a trip to see the Phillies play in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. The Sports Bash will be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point. You must be present to win. One lucky winner will win a pair of tickets, round-trip transportation to the Phillies-Orioles game at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Yes, you must be present to win at the Anchorage, 823 Bay Avenue in Summers Point for our Phillies opening day watch party. Wear your Phillies gear. We'll see you there. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Well, after free agency day 1, we're on to day 2, and second verse, just like the first. Not much happening here in Philadelphia. Things are happening around the league, but Howie Roseman is not getting involved yet. What will happen? What could happen? We're going to recap it all right now with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, your source for Eagles intel. You can listen to the podcast on all podcasting platforms. Adam Kaplan is here as the Eagles staying quiet. But, Adam, they are losing players. Not any surprises. Maybe Jaelan Phillips, though. So let's start with Phillips yesterday because he got the ball rolling with a $30 million deal to go to Carolina, and that really put things all out of whack for Philadelphia from Jump Street.
Yeah, no doubt, Mike. Yeah, we at Inside the Birds, we talked last week. For what we heard, the Eagles were expecting to lose Blankenship and Dean. That was going to happen. It happened. And they really wanted Jaelan Phillips back, and they made a lot of progress on Sunday. But it's just really ironic. The Panthers got screwed over for Milton Williams. They were fairly close last year to signing him, and then New England came in at the last minute and took him away. And that was it. Carolina did not make a counter. Once New England gave Milton Williams that amazing deal, which wound up being 4 years at $26 million per season, which is more than they budgeted, they decided not to try to match New England's offer. So he walked. Milton Williams did to New England. And then with this situation, Carolina got screwed over last season. They were not going to miss on Jaelan Phillips. They went, quite frankly, way over what the market value should have been for Jaelan Phillips. But, Mike, it's free agency. Wild things happen. We've brought up the wildness of, in 2020, of Byron Jones. The Eagles were a finalist for Byron Jones. They actually had a better offer than the Dolphins did, but he did not want to play out east. And these things happen, Mike, sometimes. And the Eagles' cash budget, largely, for free agency was going to go to Jaelan Phillips. That was going to be it. Save a couple small moves, but now they didn't spend that money that they budgeted, so they actually have some money to spend here. But, Mike, the names are dwindling down now, but they still have the same needs, though. You should know that.
Yeah, they got the same needs because they haven't really added anything yet. Well, not really anything. No, they haven't added anything. What about the edge rusher market? Now that Phillips is gone, is there, we've been hearing, some possible trades. Bradley Chubb is still available.
Yep.
Is there a guy they turn their attention to, a trade, or do they still get involved in free agency to fix that position?
All right. Technically, Bradley Chubb will not be released till 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Same with it's for cap purposes. That's what the Dolphins have to do now. It would be almost stunning if the Eagles didn't show interest in Bradley Chubb. Why? It's an obvious fit. He played for Vic Fangio in Denver and Miami. It's a plug-and-play type player. He'll get them out of a tough spot for probably 2 seasons. I mean, you could sign him for a 2-year deal, something like that. He actually stayed. He didn't miss a game last season for the Dolphins. Played well. But the Dolphins, Mike, they made a decision that they're going to be in a total rebuild. They had a bad roster, bad football team, bad coaching staff. They fired everybody pretty much, and they started over. And that's what John Eric Sullivan, the GM, did. He decided that they were going to eviscerate the roster. He's done that. They're going to have a new quarterback in Miami. And Malik Willis was no surprise. Everyone kind of knew that was going to happen because the two were with each other in Green Bay. And they're rebuilding that roster. So now if you look at what the Eagles need, they need to add 2 edge rushers. And it doesn't have to come in any variety. It could come in free agency. It could come in the trade market. Or it could come in the draft, or what's called the release market. It's kind of like the NFL, the NBA buyout market. So who's out there, Mike? The guys that are out there are all pretty much mid-level free agents, except for Trey Hendrickson. Hendrickson, it's believed he's going to want a minimum of $30 million per season. Well, now we're almost done day 2, Mike. The money typically day 3 drops. Now he's not played in a 34 front before. This is not a good fit for him. So we don't see the fit. You never say never. There are a lot of guys out there, Mike, quite frankly, are all mid-level free agents. Chasing the edge rusher for New England's played in the 34 for a lot of his career. Joey Bosa's out there. Clowney's out there. Arnold Ebiketie. Dante Fowler. It's just not a great group, Mike. They're all mid-level now. The guy that could potentially trade for is Jonathan Grenard, who's a good football player. And he's underpaid. The Vikings are one of the few NFL teams that has a true cap issue. They're listening to offers. Grenard, by the way, has 2 years left on his deal, and he's making $19 million a season, and it's now undervalued. So if you trade for him, you're almost certainly going to have to redo his deal.
All right, so there's the edge rushing situation. Let's go to Nakobe Dean. He obviously was a guy we all thought would be gone. He goes to the Raiders. It appears that Jahad Campbell will obviously move into this spot. There was a report that they have made calls on Patrick Queen, which seems to be a little odd. But you would imagine Campbell steps in there. Dean, thank you for your service. Did a great job, but we drafted Campbell, and that move had to be made.
Yeah, Patrick Queen is a good football player. Now, Patrick Queen is on the last year of his deal. He's going to make just over $13 million. And by the way, the Steelers have to make a decision on his contract. I don't know why he wouldn't come back. He's got a roster bonus due on Saturday, so it's of $2.5 million, and that'll get him over $13 million in total cash for the season. But when you look at the Eagles' situation, Jahad Campbell is widely expected to start. That's why they made a decision not to bring back Dean. And then they got a safety problem. It is completely wide open, Mike, at safety. Now, the good thing is with Blankenship leaving, there's an upside here. It is a buyer's market at safety. The safety market's moved a little bit, but there are a lot of good safeties out there. Nick Cross is a good football player of the Colts. Jaquan Brisker, you might remember from Penn State, of the Bears. Kyle Duggar's career, I don't know, he's completely fallen off. Who signed a big extension with the Patriots. Less than a year later, they wanted him off the roster, and he wound up going to Pittsburgh, and he's a free agent. Andre Sisco's out there, who had a great career at Syracuse. Donovan Wilson of the Cowboys is out there, Mike. It is a buyer's market. I don't worry too much about safety, but edge rusher is a real issue right now for the Eagles.
Yeah, obviously that. You mentioned safety because Reed Blankenship, he went to Houston with the Texans, so he is now gone. He's a guy, too, by the way, undrafted rookie free agent, stepped in his second year and has started 50 games for this team, and it's been kind of rock solid. And, I contend, I don't think he really wanted to leave, but I don't know that he had much of a choice based on the deal that he got from Houston. But you're going with Andrew Nakobe. You've said many times on Football at 4, Adam, that Sidney Brown, just a special teamers. So they're going to have to find probably another starter, I guess, in free agency then, right? Yeah, now, Michael Carter, they've restructured his deal. We kind of hinted on this at last week. The reports that he was going to be covered were false. They had interest in bringing him back. Because as we first reported at the time of the trade from the Jets, the Eagles were going to cross-train him at safety. Why? He was a really good safety at Duke, and then the Jets moved him to nickel where he excelled. So the guy's a good football player. He kind of fell off with the Jets, and the Eagles wanted to do business with him. They're going to bring him back, so he might be in the mix next to Makuba. Sidney Brown, forget about it. Mac McWilliams, they have not cross-trained at safety, although he potentially could play safety, but they're really light there. And Andre Sam is back, by the way, but he's more of a force safety. So, yeah, Mike, this I can't remember, maybe you do, but I don't remember an Eagles team going to the offseason with so many needs. I caution people, today is March 10th. It is not September 5th. Relax. I've learned my lesson when I don't see this particular team doing a lot of work early. It doesn't really matter all that much. I get concerned about it when we get to training camp. If they had 8 needs, then you guys could scream and yell. I have no problem with that. But let's get through the draft first. And by the way, to the best free agent signings after the draft in Eagles history, and they would not have won a Super Bowl without either player. Mekhi Becton signed after the draft in 2024, and LeGarrette Blount signed after the draft in 2017. Very true.
Relax.
Let's get, Adam, your opinion on Romeo Doubs with the Patriots. 4 years, 80. Everybody obviously feels, all right, what does that mean for the Patriots? A.J. Brown. Where are you on A.J. Brown? Do you think that rules A.J. Brown and the Patriots' marriage out?
No, but I think it's less likely. We never do percentages, Mike. I know that they're expecting Doubs to have a big role, I'm told, with the Patriots. They'll use him as a move receiver. He could line up inside. He could line up outside. He's just a really good fit. The thing is, they're only paying one receiver, Doubs, $17 million a season. They're not paying anyone even over $5 million opposite him. Matt Collins is still there. It's amazing. They need another receiver, but I get the feeling that they don't think they need, now that they have Dobbs, that they need to do anything significant. I don't rule it out, Mike. It's less likely to happen because A.J. Brown is going to make $29 million, and the Patriots typically don't tie up that much money at receiver. So, look, my sense is, based on what I was told, that the Patriots thought the ask was absurd from the Eagles. And I'm just telling you, that's what I've heard. But I do know this. I told people that we put this on Football at 4 in our shows 3 years ago. This is well before Mike Vrabel got there. The Patriots called the Eagles before AJ's last extension. They called him the year before that. They've loved him. I mean, it's not just Mike Vrabel being there. There's at least two coaches on that staff, Vrabel and I think a receivers coach, who were with him in Tennessee. But it's the general. Well, Elliot Wolf is technically not the general manager, but he runs personnel. He's loved him, so I don't rule it out. But Mike, there's only so much cash, and it's sure for cap purposes, the Eagles have to hold. They have to hold the cap number anyway. If they traded him now, if they traded him May 31st, it won't matter in terms of the cap. You can't get the benefit of the post June 1 until after June 1 anyway. I mean, they could take it to through the draft, Mike. But again, to move this forward, it's less likely to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, at this point, if you're Philadelphia, it probably benefits you to hold on to Brown, but doesn't that make it harder for other teams who have already spent some money to wait later on, right?
Yeah, and plus, well, Mike, the big thing is they've made their plans. And then the other thing is, Mike, let's say that draft week, the Eagles and Patriots, kind of like the Eagles and Titans did 4 years ago. It's really funny how things happen. Let's say that the Eagles re-engaged with the Patriots. The Patriots are aggressive. They think the Eagles think they're going to get the deal done. Well, by then, Mike, free agency's completely picked over for a receiver. So unless they get that guy in the draft, it's a little bit harder. So, yeah, Mike, on your point, you're going to want to have a good idea of what you're going to be doing at the receiver position well before the draft.
All right, we're talking with Adam Cannon, Football at 4 here. Best fits for the Eagles with what's left. Who are some fits in your mind that would work here? I guess most of them are on the defensive side of the ball because you've lost on defense. But do you have some names in your mind that would be good fits?
Well, I mentioned all the edges. I mentioned the safeties. I mentioned pretty much everything else. But the one position we did not talk about, Mike, and it's been very light, is cornerback. We haven't talked. They don't have a starter opposite Quinyon Mitchell right now.
Yep.
Mike. Now, there's a reason why, Mike, that they haven't done anything. Okay. Nate Hobbs is going to be cut, who's a starting corner. They're cutting him after one season. He has a roster bonus due on Saturday of over $6 million. He's had knee problems. He's had nickel who could play outside. I know the Niners have liked him in the past in my reporting. Eagles haven't really been on him. He's had knee problems. I don't see that. When you look at the Tariq Woolen's out there, the Eagles did not have interest in him at the trade deadline, as I understand it. Josh Jobe, I can't see him coming back. I know he had a great season.
I think he went back to Seattle, Joe.
Oh, did he? Okay, did he resign? I didn't see that.
I believe he did,
I'm looking.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at it, Mike. There are a lot of guys out there. They're just very mid to low level. It's really not that good. There are a lot of they're like 10 nickel.
Well, I know, Adam. I think it was you. We had this conversation last year. Is the Eagles do not want to give, like Isaiah Rodgers, a second year. They'll give you the 1 year, but not a second-year deal. So if you are a mid guy, you're not getting a second-year deal, and that's why those guys are kicking around looking for multiple-year deals. And then if they don't find it, maybe they come back to you and say, "I'll take the 1 year."
Right, like Adoree Jackson, who didn't have any choice. He's now 30 years old. So, yeah, I would say that, and then they don't have to do it now. They could do it closer to training camp. They can do it anytime they want, but they really need to add two veteran offensive linemen. And one of them could be bringing
That's a big one.
Yep, and they need two guys. I was told by a very strong college scout who did Kendall's scouting report for his team that he works for. So Kendall, who was the Eagles' 6th-round pick, he said he's just not a guard at this level. He's not strong enough. He's a center. It could be a good backup center. So the Eagles need a guard and a swing tackle, Mike. There's no question about it. Depth at receiver is also an issue. Running back, they're good. Tight end, okay, Mike.
I was going to say, I wanted to ask you about Goddard.
All right, I'll get out of it. Yeah, I'll get. I was told before free agency started that they would leave the communication open with Goddard and his agent. What they do with these situations when they let the guy get to market is they want to know what's out there for him and give them a chance to match. And I didn't think he'd go day one. I do think he'll go off the board this week, though. I'd be stunned if he's not. With Likely going off the board, Kate Otten going back to Tampa Bay, Tyler Higbee going back to the Rams, there's not a lot out there. Noah Fant signed a free agent deal, so not a lot out there. There's David Njoku's going to cost, you would think would cost $12 to $13 million a season. Now, if he gets under 10, I can't imagine the Eagles wouldn't be interested. He's better than Goddard, and he's also younger. He's just a really good football player, really good player. I've always been a fan of his. And then Chigakonko is a pass-catching guy, doesn't block very well. There's not really much out there, to be honest with you, after those guys.
Okay, there you go. Yes, because last year, we know Goddard, it looked like he was as good as gone. They end up coming back together, reigniting, I guess, if you will, 1 year, $10 million, and now he's a free agent. We'll see if he gets past the weekend. Maybe he comes crawling back to the Eagles because not a lot on the tight end market either, with Likely going to the Giants. Obviously, you do have the draft that you could do something there as well, but they do not have a tight end really, a starting level tight end on the current roster. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, for everything happening this week. So far, it's been quiet, but business is probably about to pick up. We'll see. And Adam, Jeff, and Andrew will have plenty on InsideTheBirds.com. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Adam Kaplan, Football at 4. From the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Our Football at 4, of course, is brought to you each and every day by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We appreciate Adam, as always, with some stuff there. There's obviously a lot of people wondering, as he said, you're screaming that nothing's happened. John said it earlier. If they signed somebody, who would you have been excited about that you said, man, they got so-and-so? So far, these are the guys who have been signed. Tyler Linderbaum. Now, you would be excited if you got Linderbaum, but you don't really need a center. Now, you could say, hey, Cam Jurgens didn't have a great year, but they weren't going to usurp Jurgens and sign Linderbaum. That just wasn't happening, even though that would probably be, you could possibly look at Jurgens at guard, but he's a better center than a guard. Keep that in mind, too. He played center. They played him at guard 1 year here. And when they won the Super Bowl, let's keep in mind, Jurgens was really good. Last year, was he healthy? So Linderbaum you would have been excited about, but it wasn't really a reality. Alec Pierce, wide receiver, signed with the Colts. I mean, if you traded A.J. Brown and then signed Pierce, A.J.'s still here. You've got Braden Smith, a tackle. I mean, you're not going to sign one of the best tackles on the market. He's not going to start here this year. I mean, if Lane Johnson retired, that's a different story. John Franklin Myers, he's another interesting guy. He signed with Tennessee. Possibly, if he's a guy that is more of an inside kind of Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. He's kind of more of a tackle. An inside pass rusher, kind of a 5 technique guy. So I don't think you were going to spend money there when you just signed Jordan Davis and you have to sign Carter and you have Moro Ojomo. So after that, these are the top 10 ranked free agents according to ESPN.com. Alontae Taylor, a corner. Okay, you could say, yeah, you need a corner. That might have been, I don't know that it would have excited people, but he was out there with, signed with the Titans. He was with, the Saints, I think, last year, Alontae Taylor. Quay Walker, a linebacker. You weren't going to sign a linebacker. So there's the top 10 free agents that signed. Now, guys who have signed, Mike Evans, you're not going to go down that route. Tremaine Edmonds, you don't need a linebacker. Jalen Watson, okay, you do need a corner. Maybe you could have kicked the tires on that position. Malik Willis, obviously no. Kenneth Walker, that's a no. Devin Lloyd, that's a no. Kyler Murray, you don't need a quarterback. Some people might think otherwise. Isaiah Likely, okay, but you still haven't made a decision on Goddard yet. But Likely would have been a nice option in the event that you lost Goddard. Romeo Doubs signs with New England. Okay, Doubs, if you lost AJ's still here. Travis Etienne, you don't need a running back. Brian Cook, all right, Cook got Cookie. If you knew you were losing Reed Blankenship, could you have target Cook in free agency? It's possible. Okay. Would you be thrilled if they got Brian Cook, though, today? Would you be like, wow, this offseason's been great? Of course not. Rashid Shaheed. I like Shaheed as a third guy, as a slot guy. I don't know that that's the way that the teams looked at him. Chason is a guy who's still available. You could go that route if you think you can unlock him and get more out of him than New England was able to get. Juwan Jennings is available. Mafe signed with the Bengals. He's a guy that you could have turned your attention to when you lost Phillips. Our old buddy Isaac Seumalo, he signed with Arizona. You could have said, can I bring you in for depth? And maybe Seumalo battles for a starting job with Tyler Steen, but he played left guard here, correct? I believe Seumalo played left guard here.
Both.
Yeah, but I think when he was at his best, he was on the left side. I don't know where he played in Pittsburgh last year, but you could have possibly said, hey, you're the swing guard. I mean, he has been in the league for 10 years. He's getting a little older. Blankenship, obviously, he's the next guy. He signed with Houston. So my point is, I just read you off the names. Of that group of names, what name would you have said, man, I'm excited about that? All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show on the X platform, and on YouTube on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel.
Last year, Seumalo played left guard with the Steelers.
Yeah, left guard. I thought he played more left than he did right. I thought he played left guard primarily here in Philadelphia.
They had to play him at both because if you remember, at the end of the Brandon Brooks era, when he got injured, they had to kick Seumalo over there for a time. So
Don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I just remember how disappointing it was when Brandon Brooks got injured that final time. Remember I think it was the Achilles he tore?
Yeah, I know that Brooks got hurt. I don't remember Seumalo being the guy that filled in for him because I thought he was starting already on the left side and that somebody else had to jump into that right spot. I don't know why they would move the starting left guard over to right guard, but I could be wrong in this situation. I'll take your word for it.
I'm
not Billy Schweim. I'm not taking your word for it. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't remember him playing right guard here. No, I have no. I don't remember him playing right guard. I remember him as the left guard. In fact, the year that they went to the Super Bowl.
The other one in the Super Bowl, that was Wisniewski.
They went through three different guys.
Right. It was Chase Warmack. I think it was Chase Warmack, right? Was the Alabama guy?
He was one of them, but he wasn't the first one. He replaced Seumalo, I believe. Seumalo started, then Warmack, then they went to
Wisniewski.
Yeah, that was when Seumalo was younger.
Right. Seumalo was, I believe, his second year in the league. I got to double check what year he's drafted.
Well, he's a 10-year guy, so I would imagine 2016
16.
or 15, somewhere around there. All right, with Philadelphia, yeah, it looked like in 2022 he may have played some right guard. 2022, he played 3 games of right guard, and everywhere else he's basically been a left guard. But, again, Seumalo went to the Cardinals. You could have signed him as a depth piece, I think, but as Adam said and John said earlier, any of the guys I just mentioned, I don't think you're all that excited that you signed any of those guys. So,
by the way, yes, it is 2016.
All right, more Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So, Nuggets on the way. By the way, Sixers with another awful loss last night. By the way, Jared McCain had a good game last night. Did you notice? I mean, Oklahoma City.
How could I not notice this point?
Oklahoma City's now playing him in like crunch time fourth quarter minutes. He hit the big shot last night in the fourth quarter.
I know.
And then I had people telling me that McCain can't play. Boy, how dumb are these people? I mean, just put him in the team and let him flourish.
I mean, why are you surprised?
I'm not surprised at all. I know a lot of people don't watch games at all. They just don't like the team and just think every move they make. This is a bad move. This has been a bad move. From the moment they made the trade, I said I hated the deal. And it has done nothing but blow up in their face. And I love it. I'm on board. You know why? I'm an Oklahoma City fan now. I've been always an I love Oklahoma City. You know why? Because they have trusted the process and pulled it off correctly. They tanked it up, did exactly what you're supposed to do. They never had loser Jerry Colangelo get involved They just kept losing and losing and losing. People say, oh, you can't have a losing culture. Yeah, ask Oklahoma City if you can lose on purpose and see how that turned out for them. They're pretty flippin' good. So I'm an Oklahoma City fan now. I am cheering for the Thunder, and every time McCain hits a three, I just laugh and laugh. Last night, he hit that big three. I mean, they're playing him in like crunch fourth quarter minutes now.
Well, what happened for me was this last night. I'm watching SportsCenter, right? And I look up, they have the OKC Thunder highlight. And I'm watching, and then it's like, and here's McCain, comes around, game-winning shot. I'm like, of course it's a game-winning shot. Of course he did, right?
Of course he did. I remember him hitting a lot of those shots right here last year.
The good old days.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Nuggets on the way. Stick around. March Madness, the MAC tonight. By the way, see this nugget for you? According to this guy's name's Mark. He covers Siena basketball for the Times-Union. The Siena Saints basketball program, they got an anonymous donor on its board of trustees. They are paying the cost of the bus trip for students to travel to Atlantic City for free. They had over 100 students sign up, and there will be at least 2 buses of students coming to the MAC championship game. The bus left at 1 o'clock today. It was $20 per student, and that included a ticket to the game. And there was a waiting list for the second bus. Well, a Board of Trustees member paid for the bus, so now the students get to come for free, and they will have about 100 students at the game tonight for Siena. Now, we just gave away a bunch of tickets. Paul in Pleasantville is going to the game. Jamie in EHT is going to the game. Sean in, I think it was Smithville's going to the game. Randy in Mays Landing's going to the game. Tim is going to the game. Jeff in Ocean City is going to the game. We had a bunch of pairs of tickets, 4 packs of tickets, I should say, that we gave away last hour. And all the people who entered have been notified. Now, one guy actually texted in and said he wanted to go to the game. I texted him and said, hey, you were the first guy, blah, 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 blah. He texted me back 5 minutes later and says, I have to work tonight. I mean, it sounds like the guy who thinks Jared McCain can't play. I mean, you got to be brain dead, dude. All right, come on. I just said, can you go to the game tonight? Yeah, I can go. Oh, sorry. I just got called into work.
That's a shame.
Now I know what Josh deals with all the time.
I hear him in the background.
People call in. They don't know what they're entering for. They don't know what they won. They don't know how to win. I mean, it's not hard to listen and pay attention. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, listen, I deal with it on a daily basis. You just pay attention. Pay attention. That's all you got to do. Listen, Pay attention.
It's like this. You watch games and comment. Don't comment on games you haven't watched. The guy's telling me, McCain stinks. He can't play defense. I said, have you watched them play?
It's been ridiculous.
You're commenting on a guy. Not to mention, you know what's the ridiculous part about it, as all the Oklahoma City Thunder players have mentioned about his defense.
Yeah.
They're all talking about his defense. That's why he was getting crunch time minutes in the game last night. Well, he's been getting a lot of crunch time minutes for them.
Yeah, he had some big shots
that's my
for
nugget
you.
For you. Nuggets called me last night. He goes, yo, I guess McCain had another big night. And I said, yeah. He hit the big SGA hit the big shot. But McCain hit the shot right before that, hit that 3 that made it, I forget what the score was at the time.
Yeah, I was working I had to work, I had to work the Sixers game last night. That's where I had to work. So I got to watch that view.
Yeah, they got McCain out there playing crunch time minutes, and the Sixers can't get him 8 minutes.
Yeah, I got home. I put on YouTube, started watching the highlights from the Thunder game. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, this is just a joke at this point. It's just a joke. I mean, they totally whiffed on this one. Totally whiffed.
Yep, I agree.
All right, let's get into these Nuggets. I think the biggest one of the day is Romeo Doubs to the Patriots. So they go out, they get a receiver. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're out completely on the New England Patriots, but man, I mean, it might take about a little bit more. They're not going to be as engaged for A.J. Brown, but listen to McMullen. He still thinks that A.J.'s getting traded. That's what it seems like, Mike. I don't know. I mean, how he can sit there, okay? And I know Adam Schefter talked about this and just say, I want the best deal. If I don't get it, I really don't have to trade him. I mean, that's what he could do. And the Dobbs thing, I think, throws a wrench into things. You can't go out and sign Dobbs. You trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots. They might not need him as much anymore because they signed Dobbs, the big helmet, etc. So they can sit back and just relax and wait this thing out. And, maybe things don't boil over as much into training camp and they give it a shot.
Well, as McMullen said, at this point, it's not a matter of if, it's when, but it behooves them to hold on to him until after June 1st. The question is, does it behoove other teams? Where are they in their finances? They've already spent money. What is their budget? if somebody wants to make the deal after June 1st, you will find a way to get it done. Now, is it the Patriots because of Dobbs? I had heard that the Patriots were willing to take on A.J. Brown even with Diggs. They wanted Diggs to restructure his contract. So this Dobbs deal doesn't mean that they're out on Brown. They would do Dobbs and Brown because they were going to do Diggs and Brown.
Right. So it doesn't take him out completely, but it's like, we signed a guy. We will be okay. We don't have to make this deal. That's the way I think it kind of could go. Like, they could still make the deal, but also if you're the Eagles, if you wait till after the draft, then what? Like, are you just going to wait and get picks for next year? So that's another thing. Do you want picks this year? Are you worried about this draft? Or are you waiting for next year's draft? So that's another aspect to this that has to be thrown in there.
Yeah, I think, the Eagles would rather – I don't think they care if they get the pick in this year's draft. They have, a first round, a second round, a third, a bunch of fourths, a bunch of – like, they got all the compensatories. They have, 4 picks, I think it was, in the top 100 or something?
Yes, 4 picks in the top 100.
Yeah, so I don't think they care if the pick is in this particular draft, and they think next year's draft is stronger. So I definitely think they would take the pick in next year's draft.
Yeah, I think they would too. It just depends. If you're Howie, that's the thing. Like, Howie has the leverage here. With AJ, with other teams, they could just sit and wait. They don't have to trade AJ. AJ, we couldn't find a deal that satisfied our needs. We're going to keep you. You're on the roster. If you want to have an entire blow up and we have to trade you, then do that. Fine. And I know Adam Schefter talked about Howie Roseman and said, they could essentially just wait and see. Here's what Adam Schefter had to say.
His future in Philly is uncertain. There have been trade discussions, but the Eagles have been steadfast that they're not looking to trade him, that they wouldn't trade him unless they got an offer they couldn't refuse. And so far, that offer has not materialized.
So
I'm
with that, I
by
put
that,
my
by the
feet
way.
up. I put my feet. If I'm Howie, I would put my feet up, have my phone on speaker, and be like, what do you got for me? Not going to do it. Next. That's what I would do. Like, they don't have to trade him. I know AJ wants to be out of here, but technically, they could just hold on to him.
Well, I'm not so sure that AJ, quote unquote, does want to be out of here. I think he's indifferent.
I think he is too. All right, you want to trade me? Trade, because the report came out that he asked for the trade early on in the season. But now things have evolved. Things have changed. They've brought in a new offensive coordinator, a bunch of new offensive minds into this offense, into this franchise. So you could sit back and say, well, I'll give it another shot. I'll give it another shake. And also, if you're the Eagles, you look at it, Dallas Goedert's still out there. We might still lose him. If we trade A.J. Brown, we don't have him. And then Jahan Dotson, we also lost. A lot of these wide receivers are off the market, and it's not a strong wide receiver market anyway. So are we going to also spend a top pick on a wide receiver? I mean, if you just keep AJ, you're a better team no matter what. So I think if you're Howie, I'd sit back, feet up, have the phone on speaker, let them come to you.
Oh, I agree. It's much like the Jalen Carter stuff. I don't think they're making calls for Jalen Carter, but I think they'll answer the phone on Jalen Carter.
Yep. I think it's the same type of deal. Like, you
with
obviously,
AJ Brown. I don't think they're calling everybody else and saying, hey, AJ's available. What do you want to give us? I think if somebody gets, builds up the courage and says, all right, I'm going to make that call today. And then they don't, today's the day I'm going to make that call. And then they don't.
Well,
today's the day I'm going to make that call. Like the other guy's like smacking himself in the face.
Yeah.
Like, I got to psych myself up to call Howie Roseman and try to see what I can get for give for A.J. Brown. Like, I don't think anybody's all all that excited to make that call right now.
Like Howie could just go Costner and just be like, I want David Putney because I feel like it. Like, that's how Howie should go right now. A little draft day. I want that because I want this pick because I feel like it. I don't have to give up the guy. He's a nice player. Don't have to trade him. The Carter thing's a little different because there wasn't the rumors and the unhappiness that have come with A.J. Brown with the offense.
Yep. And listen, I think the Patriots right now, they got Dobbs, so they can kind of say, okay, how do we feel about Dobbs? Now, is Dobbs an upgrade over Diggs? Like, do they feel that their offense is an upgrade? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't
Diggs
know.
was pretty good for them last year.
Oh, Diggs was, got a little trouble. So, I mean, it's maybe an upgrade there. Off the field.
He's a knucklehead off the field, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the fact that, you did lose your top receiver from
Very
last year.
true. Yeah, very true. So, all right, moving along. I don't know if, speaking of Jared McCain, I wanted to bring this up. I don't know if you saw before the Cavs game last night, Mike. This was going around social media. We were talking about it during the game last night. That the Cleveland Cavaliers, I don't know if they were actually if this was a mistake. If this was a mistake or it was done on purpose. So
I think it was a troll job.
I think it was too. So before the game, I'll set the scene for the audience out there. If you did not see this on social media last night, it was making the rounds. A picture came out. Obviously, there's a big jumbotron at majority of these stadiums. And they put up the starting lineup before the game last night in Cleveland. And they put out the starting lineup. Obviously, Edgecombe, Embiid, Maxey, PG, a lot of guys out. So the first player was a picture of Jared McCain with the wrong name saying Cameron Payne in the wrong spot. So the name said Cameron Payne and it was Jared McCain's picture. And people were losing their minds.
Right. So they had the starting lineup pictures up on the Jumbotron, and Cam Payne's name was there, but it was Jared McCain's picture. So people were trolling. They believe in the situation where Morey had said he didn't think anybody else really got all that better, except for the one guy that has made Oklahoma City better. He traded away, and they feel like that was the troll job.
Yeah. There's no way they messed that up. You can't. It's one of the biggest stories in the NBA about how bad the Sixers look in this because of them moving on from McCain. So them putting Jared McCain's picture with Cameron Payne's name, you can't just mess that up. You just can't.
No. I mean, come on. You got to know the difference, especially if you're doing those pictures every single night. You know these guys. You got to cross-reference that.
Yeah, and there was multiple pictures floating around there for some of the beat reporters. I mean, how do you mess? I mean, that it for me, no way. No way that was just an honest mistake. I just can't see it being that. I just can't see it because you got to troll your Eastern Conference foe at some point. Yeah, you guys have nobody in your starting lineup. Oh, you could have had this guy in your starting lineup tonight, but you don't. You don't. He's not there.
Well, it's funny. Our buddy Keith Smith, who covers the league, the whole league, he tweeted out last night, and I was cracking up laughing because Keith Smith, at some point, he's watching the game last night, and he tweeted out last night about it was right when McCain hit that shot, right?
Yep.
And he tweets out, he says, Jared McCain closing this one with some big shots for the Thunder. I still can't believe Oklahoma City got him at the trade deadline. I was like, yeah, neither can we.
I still don't understand how that happened. It is what it is. Yeah, whatever. All right. Well, if you know Matt Murphy, who does, the halftime for the Sixers radio network, pregame, etc., Jared McCain actually, so Matt just announced he had a baby. Jared McCain also left a comment congratulating him, and he's on the Thunder now. They didn't just get rid of a good player. They got rid of a good guy. A good guy. And that's all I've heard. Locker room went to you know what after he left. All right. Moving to the final nugget number 3. Now, today is an anniversary. And shout out to one singular writer out there covering the NFL, and Rob Motti. He tweeted this out. 11 years ago today, Frank Gore signed with the Colts after agreeing to a deal with the Eagles 2 days earlier. He said, quote, my favorite legal tampering story. And here is some of the audio from that interview of Frank Gore. Take a listen to this.
Folks called me. I thought I said I committed to him, said I was going to come. He called me, congrats, can't wait to get on the field. And the next day, he get traded. Then I see Jeremy Macklin, he go to Kansas City. Then I'm like, man, and I'm at the time like, bro, I don't 10 years, 11,000 yards. I'm trying to win a championship. I got a taste to play the Super Bowl with San Fran, but we didn't win. So I'm searching to, to go to the championship, man. I just felt like when I saw the pieces leaving, I just felt like we couldn't win the Super Bowl there. So I Well, I saw the Colts. They just lost the AFC Championship. So I felt like, if I go to the Colts, I think I was feeling like we can get them over the top.
There you have it. Frank Gore, legend, Eagles legend in the lore
I got to
of
find the
Philadelphia.
picture. So I got the picture I told you when I was in Egypt. There was a picture of Frank Gore on the wall in the sports bar.
Oh, my gosh. I can't believe that was 11 years ago already, that Frank Gore story. Unbelievable. He didn't think he could win a championship here. That's for sure.
So
How
he
wrong
ends
was
up
he?
leaving. Yeah, he ends up leaving, and is the story of Frank Gore on the Eagles for 24 hours or less than will forever be one of the great free agent tampering period stories of all time, really.
Yeah, and I found that audio fascinating. Shout out to Rob Motti for putting that out. Yeah, it was like we all thought, oh, they're getting Frank Gore. This is going to be a nice signing, a little towards the end of his career, but you get Frank Gore, it's a solid piece. Oh, there you go. If you're watching on the YouTube and X.
For the people watching on YouTube, there's the picture on the wall at the bar in Egypt. It's Frank Gore playing for the 49ers.
Eagles
Who
legend.
randomly puts a Frank Gore 49ers picture up on the wall?
Now, who's more of a legend? Well, I guess this guy's not really a legend. Frank Gore or Andrew Bynum? Guys who were supposed to play for their respective Philadelphia franchises never played. Which is a worse look, I guess.
Say that again?
Which is a worse look? Is it Frank Gore signing, then leaving, or is it Andrew Bynum signing, traded here, never playing? Two legends that never played for their respective franchises.
Well, the Bynum thing, I mean, he was here, and then the whole year you were left wondering when he was actually going to play. So that one's worse.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. I have a Bynum shirt, by the way. I don't know if there was ever any Gore shirts made. I did have a jersey of Andrew Bynum. So it's got to be worse.
Yeah. I don't like, the Bynum thing was, that was many people make that as the line of demarcation for when the process began. Is when
Absolutely.
they traded for Bynum, and then he never played, and the team basically was stuck in like this, kind of where they are right now, in purgatory. Yeah. And then that's when the new ownership group, Josh Harris, and they said, look, we need to start over here. They end up hiring Hinkie. And, by the way, I think it was 10 years today, or something happened 10 years ago with Hinkie. Because I saw something on Twitter today.
I'll have to look into that. 10 years ago today?
Let me see if I can find it.
Today's the 11-year anniversary of Frank Gore signing with the Colts after agreeing with the Eagles 2 days earlier.
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter today. Somebody wrote, Sam Hinkie in his resignation letter, it was 10 years ago. Many teams find themselves caught in the zugzwang, the point in the game where all possible moves make you worse off. And then it's an article about, it's from Mike O'Connor, who wrote this article. So I guess the letter was 10 years ago. I don't know if it was 10 years ago today, but it was 10 years ago, and now the Sixers are essentially in a purgatory situation.
There you go. It's always sunny in Philadelphia. 3-pack for you today, Mike.
All right, a little 3-pack of nugs. By the way, good job by the Sienna guy for buying the tickets and getting the,
Shout out.
Good stuff. Well, MAC championship tonight, Boardwalk Hall, Atlantic City. All right, Nick, thanks, man.
Later.
There's today's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you are watching the show live on the YouTube channel or on the X platform, you have a chance to enter to win tickets to see the Phillies and the Orioles for the people watching and for the people listening on the radio. Give me caller number 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered for our Phillies watch party, opening day watch party at the Anchorage in Summers Point, 823 Bay Avenue. You must be present to win. One lucky winner will win lower level seats to see the Phillies-Orioles game at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The game is on Friday, July 31st. We will be live at the Anchorage on Thursday, March 26th, opening day. Watch the Phils, and we will pick one lucky winner who will win that bus trip. We'll see you at the Anchorage. Opening day, Good luck. Caller 7 right now. All right, it is the 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Last hour of the show, but you didn't miss much so far in the free agent factor. If you're a fan who is just tuning in and saying, all right, let's check out what the Birds did today, well, you didn't miss anything. They haven't done anything yet. Let's fill you in on what's happening all around. That could be a domino effect for Philadelphia. One, Romeo Doubs is signed with the Patriots. And, of course, everybody says then, well, then Doubs goes to the Patriots. Does that mean that A.J. Brown's out for the Patriots? Well, conflicting reports there. The Patriots have Doubs, which means they don't have to overpay for A.J. Brown if they don't want to. So they can tell the Eagles, hey, listen, we got a guy. We don't have to give you what you want. Whereas before, if they're like, hey, the Eagles are like, hey, you need a guy. Now they're saying, no, we got Romeo Doubs. Is that good enough? Well, who knows? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder on this one. Do they think that a Romeo Doubs-led wide receiver room is enough for them? I mean, they went to the Super Bowl last year with Stephon Diggs. Now, Diggs for them last year was their leading receiver. Can Doubs replace him as the leading receiver? He had 85 catches for 1,000 yards. He had 4 touchdowns. Their next leading receiver was tight end Hunter Henry. Keyshawn Butte, which he signed somewhere already, right? So they really do need Butte signed with the Cardinals. They got Mac Hollins, who I also think is a free agent as well. So they do need another wide receiver. It's not like they have a wide receiver in the room that is like, hey, waiting for his chance to go. So could Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown pair up in New England? So that's the first part of this thing. Number 2, right? Any other Josh wide receivers I haven't seen? Wan'Dale Robinson signed yesterday, but there was just really no wide receivers. Mike Evans obviously went to San Francisco yesterday, but the Doubs thing is a domino for a couple of reasons. One, he goes to the Patriots. That's a team that's interested in A.J. Brown. 2, there's not a lot of other receivers on the market. So if you trade A.J. Brown, you don't really have a replacement out on the market right now. Romeo Doubs could have been one of those guys. He does have a connection with Sean Mannion from Green Bay. So what do we got?
So here are the receivers who are still available. Not the most exciting list.
No,
here we go.
Mike Evans is gone. Doubs is gone. Wan'Dale Robinson is gone. Rashid Shaheed is gone.
Yes. She went back to the Seahawks, by the way. So you got Tyreek Hill lingering out there.
Tyreek Hill, but I can't imagine he's ready to play for the start of the season.
I don't think he'd ever come to Philadelphia, period.
Well, I'm just saying he had that gruesome injury.
He did, but Howie Roseman's also doesn't look like a Howie Roseman guy.
That's part of it, too. Yes, he is not a I don't know that his track record would get him signed here.
Christian Kirk is hanging out there.
Meh.
Deebo Samuel.
I liked Deebo when he was Deebo, but I think his days of being Deebo were probably done.
Right. Darnell Mooney.
Mooney was good 2 years ago. He didn't do much last year. By the way, Atlanta signed Tua. I would imagine he becomes the starter, and I actually think he probably takes off there.
Yeah, he'll take
I
off
like
for
that
about,
signing for Atlanta.
He'll take off for about 7-8 games looking at a concussion.
Well, the fact that he could get hurt, there's no question of that. But best offensive line that he's played for. This is a good offensive line in Atlanta.
Yes,
Miami's
much better offensive line.
Yes. Very good weapons. I mean, you got Drake London. You got Pitts is
well,
Pitts
Pitts
back?
is franchised,
right? So Pitts,
so he'll be back,
right? So you got Bijan. So it's a team that depends on the run more. You're indoors. You're on turf. I think this is a good spot for Tua.
Really quick, I saw somebody put on a meme online of the Falcons quarterback situation. He says the Falcons, one quarterback has no knees. The second one is a concussion away from meeting Jesus, and the third one got paid to go away.
Rough stuff there. I like the signing of Tua. Now, again, there's a lot of players you like, and they can't stay healthy. Tua's been one of those guys. When he's healthy, he's been listen, if he's healthy in Atlanta, I think he is set up to have a good year.
He is set up to be a stud in Atlanta if he stays healthy. More wide receivers out there. We mentioned Atlanta because Darnell Mooney is a free agent, by the way, if those were wondering.
Well, and Mooney was a player that if you told me 2 years ago, Darnell Mooney, he would be a sneaky kind of pickup.
Like, he would be a good slot receiver if your team has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the outside, right?
You would think so, but the problem has really been, and this has been, they had guys. They don't really have a true slot receiver. Mooney, I don't know if he was really good 2 years ago. I don't think that he would be the right fit for this team now. And again, he is now Mooney. I don't know how old he is. At
28.
This point. I was going to say he's been in the league because trying to remember. 2 years ago, he had a pretty big year. Yes, he had 64 catches for 992 yards and 5 touchdowns. He was pretty solid in that season there. So 2 years ago, he was all right. Last year, he didn't do much. I think he was hurt a lot last year, or he had something going on. But no, I don't think he's a great fit here.
Couple more receivers. The name off Tutu Atwell is that where?
Tutu Atwell actually would have some interest in. Slot guy.
Yes.
All right. He's a guy that we just talked about. You're looking for a slot guy. He would be that guy that would be a slot guy. I contend that the Eagles need to get that true undersized guy, but he's shifty in the slot and does stuff between the hash marks. They just have not had that guy. Atwell is that type of guy. Now, I don't think he's great, but I would be intrigued as a third guy there. He has not been very healthy. It's been his problem.
His spot track number is $3 million, by the way.
If you get him on a 1-year deal, fine. Now, my question would be, too, what do they think of Darius Cooper? Do they look at Darius Cooper as a guy that they want to play on the outside, or is he the guy they say, you're going to replace Dotson as the slot? Because I do know they like Cooper a lot.
They do like Cooper a lot. He does have a lot of abilities that seem to match what they like to do. Now, of course, that was the old offense.
Not as a slot guy, though. He's not a true slot.
But that was also the old offense. I don't know what that means in Sean Mannion's offense.
True.
The new coaching staff. A couple more receivers. Curtis Samuel, he's out there.
Past his prime.
Jawan Jennings.
Jennings I like. Jawan Jennings. A little bit bigger, but can play slot.
Does have an injury history.
Does have the injury history.
I say if you get him like on a 1-year deal, I'd be happy.
Well, most of these guys you're talking about are 1-year deal kind of guys. But
I
Jawan
know-
Jennings,
yeah.
I think he would be, you talk about there's two different slot guys. There is, because Andrew DeCecca was on Thursday last week, and he talked about Jason Avant. There's the bigger physical guy who doesn't have a lot of speed, but he knows where the sticks are. He gets to the sticks. He catches very sure-handed. Then there's the undersized kind of guy who's shifty and can and catch and then turn and reverse field and get upfield and wiggle his way out of tackles. They're your two like slot guys. Jennings would be more of the
Bigger.
Avant type of guy.
Yeah. Also, Greg Dortch is out there if you want to go in the discount bin.
Not interested.
Keenan Allen.
Big fan of his, but I got to imagine he's probably past it. I mean, he went to Chicago 2 years ago, did nothing, then went back to
The Chargers.
and
Did
got
a
hurt.
little something.
He got hurt there, though.
He got hurt, but for the first 7 games, he was doing well. Of course, how much that is the offense, how much is the quarterback, who knows. Other receivers out there, you have, and this is where the list starts getting real thin on the names because we kind of went through a lot of the name. You got Josh Reynolds, Tim Patrick.
Patrick, I liked about 5 years ago in Denver.
He is 32 years old. Zay Jones.
Zay Jones is interesting. But, again, you're talking about if A.J. Brown were to leave. This is what – if you traded A.J. Brown, now that Dobbs is signed, this is what's left over. So none of these guys excite you.
Yeah, a couple more rando names on the list. Braxton Berrios, Sterling Shepard, Van Jefferson, Sky Moore, Juju Smith-Schuster, and former Eagle DeAndre Carter are among the names.
Jawan Jennings, by the way, 55 catches, 643 yards, 9 touchdowns last year. He's a classic kind of, work the hash marks guy.
He also knows the offense. Keep that in mind.
Would be a fit for the offense. Yes. So of that list, now I would rather Jawan Jennings would be the guy that I would say not replaces A.J. Brown, but bring him in to complement the crew that you already have.
Yeah, there's nobody out there who could replace A.J. Brown, which is why if you were to consider trading A.J. Brown, your best bet at this point is to draft somebody.
And I think they will. I definitely think, that's, as many people have said, look, if AJ's here, it's probably just for one more year anyway. So you're going down the road of you got to find somebody in here yesterday. Now, Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated, he believes that Jawan Jennings has a shot to make over $15 million a season. So I can't imagine the Eagles going down that road.
Yeah, probably not. I think it's very fair to say.
All
but
right.
hey, you like the idea of him in the offense.
But a big body possession receiver type. Like, that's something that I think, could, if A.J. Brown left, you need to replace that.
Well, that's why the guy I like in the draft is Denzel Boston.
There's some interesting receivers in the draft. It's not a great receiver class, though.
It's not great, but it's good.
Yeah.
There's some guys you can see making real impacts.
So Jawan Jennings would be interesting to me as a physical slot receiver. I would prefer, though, the smaller, shiftier guy. But, again, this is predicated on what happened today with Romeo Doubs going to the Patriots. Does that mean that A.J. Brown's team now turns their attention someplace else?
Well, they do have other needs.
Well, let's look at those things now, all right? Number one, they need an edge rusher to replace Jaelan Phillips. You look at that list that you have for available guys, I don't think there's anybody that jumps off that list at all.
Well, the only guy is Trey Hendrickson.
He would jump off the list, but I don't think they're not getting involved in $30 million a season.
They're not, but I will say that there was an interesting point brought up by Jason McCourty earlier today on the NFL special when they were talking about the Eagles. He thinks Eagles could get in on the Trey Hendricks situation if
Trey Hendrickson is still out there. Who knows what the price tag is?
You gotta pay
right
him a
now,
lot.
it doesn't seem like anybody has reached what he's
30
asking
mil.
for. So as that number potentially could come down, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, do you start to potentially get into that conversation?
All right, so that's McCourty, though, just speculating. He doesn't have inside information. He's not
but
a
he makes a
quote-unquote
good
insider.
point.
Yeah, I think he's connecting the dots of they need an edge rusher. He's the best one on the board. No one has brought him in. If he's hanging out, then do you get Howie season going here and say, hey, man, this is the deal. We know what you're worth. We don't have that right now. Come here for the year. We'll overpay you for 1 year.
Right. I still think that's a strong possibility because, again, we are at 5:14 on Tuesday, and Trey Hendrickson is still twirling his thumbs.
Yeah. All right, listen, if he's out there, the Eagles don't have an edge rusher right now. They need one. There's no question about it. And there's not and as Adam said at Football at 4, Bradley Chubb will be released tomorrow because the official league year starts tomorrow. So there are guys that will now hit the free agent market starting tomorrow that are not, quote-unquote, officially on the free agent market. Keep that in mind, right? I mean, because these guys, when they get released from their teams, now they become free agents. They're not officially released yet, so you can't sign Bradley Chubb. He's not officially released yet. And that's why Philadelphia has likely been quiet, is they are waiting to see who gets released tomorrow because what's out there right now is not all that appealing to them.
No, it's not appealing to actually anyone. If you really think about it.
Hence, it's been a very quiet day today.
Yes, exactly.
The stuff that happened today, I mean, Geno Smith got traded back to the Jets.
How crazy is that?
Well, the Jets obviously are in desperate need for a quarterback. The sad part is they called for Geno Smith. You've
desperate.
got Jaelan Phillips leaving, so we're there. Dotson goes to the Falcons. I don't really think they are looking to replace Dotson as much as they are looking to see what they do with A.J. Brown and then move on, because I do think that Darius Cooper will be the replacement for Dotson. Nakobe Dean. The Dean one is interesting because you knew he was leaving, but the report today that the Eagles had called about Patrick Queen really throw things out of whack. McMullen was on earlier. He kind of laughed that one off, as did Kaplan. He didn't really seem to think there was a lot of stock behind the Eagles signing Patrick Queen. He's a linebacker, very good, but they've already got Jahad Campbell here. Now, Queen is on a 1-year deal. The only way you could look at it maybe is you bring in Patrick Queen, Jahad Campbell, you try him out as an edge rusher. Again, that didn't go so well this year, so I don't see that happening. Reed Blankenship. There are some interesting safeties on the market. You can bring in Brisker. He's pretty good, and he's younger, 27 years old. Talked about Kevin Byard. He's an older guy. Now, as McMullen pointed out, his tenure here did not go very well, but that was under a different defensive scheme and regime.
And as you pointed out earlier, that was the whole Sean Desai not communicating, that fiasco. Let's give Matt Patricia the responsibility. Let's watch things get worse.
That was definitely a disaster, so I can understand why he didn't have it. But I would think Vic Fangio, if he really wanted him. What's funny, last year, how much did we hear about Jeffrey Simmons?
All the time.
And he didn't sign with anybody, though.
No.
Right.
Simmons didn't sign anywhere.
So these are the Eagle free agents, by the way. Okay? Brandon Graham, who does say he wants to come back. So keep that in mind when you're looking at edge rusher.
Do we care, though?
You might not care, but if he wants to come back, the Eagles have that in their back pocket to say, okay, we can bring Brandon back and then go get so-and-so. Maybe do we care? Yes, we care. It's Brandon Graham. He made the biggest play in the history of the franchise. Oh, that's kind of rude. Do we care about Brandon Graham?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Of course I dare.
Dallas Goedert. I think that's going to be an interesting story. Do the Eagles look around and say the tight end market's not great? We'll bring Goddard back, and then we draft a guy and have him play behind Goddard.
Well, they definitely got to draft a guy because Eagles' history is full of them drafting the next guy. They drafted Calcaterra with the idea that he would be that guy, and that didn't work out.
Blankenship gone. Jaelan Phillips gone. Nakobe Dean gone. Azeez Ojulari. I mean, I can't imagine they bring him back. They had him here. He got hurt last year. He didn't do much, although I thought it was a smart move by them when they brought him in. Didn't work out. Dotson, gone. By the way, Braden Mann is a free agent, and you need to bring him back.
You definitely got to bring him back.
Josh Uche, Kyle Granson, Matt Pryor. Fred Johnson's a guy that you have to be interested in because your swing tackle situation was so bad last year that you had to trade for Fred Johnson to bring him back.
Exactly.
A.J. Dillon, he'll be gone. Brett Toth, Kaplan mentioned him earlier today about a guy that you can possibly say, hey, he could be back as like an interior depth piece there.
Good for him.
Ben Van Sumeren obviously got hurt last year. I don't know what to think about Ben Van Sumeren. I mean, he was a fullback, played special teams. I don't know what Sean Mannion thinks about using the fullback. Sam Howell, remember they traded for Sam Howell. He is now a free agent, and at one point Sam Howell was a starting quarterback in this league. But I can't imagine the Eagles bring him back. He was the third quarterback this year behind
Tanner McKee.
Yeah, McKee. Now, could the Eagles trade McKee, get some more draft capital? Possible. And then Grant Calcaterra is also a free agent. So that is the list of your free agents so far that is out there. Now, that being said, by the way, according to Mike Garafolo, the Arizona Cardinals have signed Matt Pryor. So he is headed to Arizona. So there is another Eagles player who is gone.
Good. We don't have to worry about him getting the quarterback
I don't think
killed.
that anybody's really all that worried. Matt Pryor. And you know what's funny? When they signed Matt Pryor last year, he had started in Indianapolis. He had started there, and you brought him in at late during training camp. And a lot of people were like, hey, there's a guy who has starting experience in this league, and what another addition as a depth piece. And he just could not play last year. So the Cardinals have agreed to terms with Matt Pryor. It's a one-year deal. He is headed to Arizona after a one-year run with Philadelphia, who drafted him in 2018. So he is back. So there you go there. So those are the Eagles free agents that we just mentioned. 4 of them are now gone. Pryor, actually 5, I guess. Pryor, Dotson, Dean, Blankenship, and Phillips. So 5 of their free agents are gone. They have yet to bring anybody in here. And you would have to obviously say you're definitely not as good today as you were at the end of the season without Phillips, Blankenship, and Dean. Now,
No.
you do have one in-house option. You don't have any in-house option at safety. Keep that in mind. Blankenship is gone. I would be interested to see if Howie now is more likely to make some trades here. Because the free agent class is not great. And as we talked about earlier with John McMullen, unless these guys are willing to come in here on one-year deals, right? That was the big thing. You want to come in here on a one-year deal? Fine. You want a 2-year deal or 3-year deal? It's not going to be here. So if you're looking at a Brisker or somebody in that realm, those are guys are, as John kind of said, like mid-level guys. And Howie Roseman is not going to give the mid-level guy a multiple-year contract. So keep that in mind, everybody out there. That's probably one of the things. Now, you could say that didn't work out very well for them last year. Is that fair?
Oh, it's more than fair. I think, but the good news is Howie Roseman learns from his mistakes. Howie does not go out and keep making the same mistake again and again and again. So I think
he seems to be going down that road right now.
In terms of?
He seemingly is not interested in giving these players multiple-year deals.
Well, I think the Jaelan Phillips thing, as we talked about before, that was such a
he would have given him He would have given him a multiple-year deal. I'm talking about, as McMullen said earlier, your mid-level guys, your Reed Blankenship. They kind of, I think, as John said, is maybe they looked at Reed as kind of a mid-level guy, and that they didn't want to go multiple years on him.
Or maybe if they would have gone multiple years, it might have been like 2 years, $10 million kind of deal.
By the way, according to Bills beat writer Ryan Talbot, the Bills have reached out to Trey Hendrickson. According to the report, Hendrickson is looking somewhere in the range of $30 to $40 million per year. So keep that in mind now when you talk about the Jaelan Phillips deal. According to the report, Hendrickson is looking for in the range of $30 to $40 million per season. He will be 31 years old at the start of next season. He had 4 sacks in 7 games last year. Why? Because he ended up getting hurt. Well, why did he get hurt? Well, he held out.
I do have some non-NFL news for you.
Okay.
VJ Edgecombe will play tonight.
Well, there's some news. That's some good news for the Sixers. For
Nick Nurse says there is no minutes restriction, and Edgecombe will get plenty of on-ball reps.
Okay. All right. Well, that is some news that the Sixers could finally use. Some good news there because they've had some terrible news. We'll see what happens with Maxey, by the way. You can listen to the Sixers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. They take on the Grizzlies. This is a game that, you have a shot to win, I guess. It's a back-to-back, though. Where's the game? I guess it's in Philly because it's a 7 o'clock start. Although Memphis is over here. Although Memphis is – I can't remember this because when I was in Tennessee, half the state's Central and half the state is Eastern.
That's a good question. Yeah, what is the time zone in Memphis?
They are at home tonight. Sixers at home against the Grizzlies. All right. We'll take a look at everything that's going on. Phil's today. By the way, some interesting Team USA news.
Memphis is Central Time, by the way.
Coming up next. Don't go away. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 5:30 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Kind of a quiet day on the second day of NFL Legal Tampering. Hey, not quiet if you need a new car. Go check out my guy Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Right now, he can get you into a new 2026 Acura Integra, 36-month lease, just $219 a month. $219. That's awesome because gas right now is like $390. I think someone just told me. It's an Acura. Check out the deal before the offer expires March 31st. Get the Key Acura, Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Online, KeyAcuraAtlanticCity.com. Key Acura of Atlantic City, a small but friendly dealer. So NFL free agency, we'll keep our eyes on that. But I don't know if you noticed this. Bryce Harper not in the lineup today. Paul Goldschmidt is getting the start at first base for Team USA. Now,
are they facing a left-handed pitcher?
They're facing Italy. So it doesn't matter if the pitcher throws lefty, righty, underhanded, or what.
It's a personal day.
Yeah. By the way, isn't Paul Goldschmidt, I believe, is like 40. I mean.
Well, you know, they're just trotting him out there for the good old times.
Well.
Maybe we'll see Clayton Kershaw close the game tonight.
Well, this was my thing. Goldschmidt's on the team. Is this just like, hey, this is just a day that we want to let you get some playing time because we're playing Italy?
Maybe.
Or is there some concern with Bryce Harper and the way that, I mean, a lot of people, if you've watched some of these games, not catching up to the fastball all that much. He's 3 for 14 with 5 strikeouts, Bryce Harper. Now, it's only 14 at bats, but I look at a guy who diminishing
skill set?
Not just the bat speed just doesn't seem like it's there. 5 strikeouts, he's swinging through. No, he smoked one off the guy last night. He hit that guy right back off the box last night. But he's not in the lineup tonight. Now, Schwarber is in the lineup. He is hitting 4th. They did move the lineup around the one night. They had Schwarber hitting leadoff. The first game, they had Harper 2, Schwarber 4. Then they went to Schwarber in the leadoff spot. Harper was in, I think, he was in the 4 hole. Yeah, he hit 4 the one day. But the lineup tonight, it is Witt, Henderson, Judge, Schwarber, Smith, Anthony, Goldschmidt, Clement, and then Pete Crow Armstrong is hitting 9th tonight. Nolan McLean, by the way, is the starting pitcher for Team USA tonight against Italy. Now, Italy's not any good, so this could just be more, hey, Goldschmidt's on the team, let's give Harper a day off. But, you know, Harper's been Mr. This thing is great, I love this WBC. He's been, like, talking about the Olympics. And now he's not in the lineup tonight. I wonder how he feels about that. Or is he cool with it?
Maybe he's cool with it. Maybe he's found the day off. I don't know. He's an odd person to read sometimes because, you know, we look at him as this passionate, competitive guy, you know, and, like, he typically says the right things and make people like, yeah, let's get excited. But then other times, like, he has a level of, like, just very, very, very chill.
You sound very, very, very chill yourself all day. I would say that your demeanor today has been very different than normal. Just sound like
I'm tired.
Very out of it. Very not interested in this conversation.
I'm just tired.
Just, well, you can fake if you're tired. I'm tired every day. You think I want to sit here and yell and scream and be happy and positive all the time? Of course
Some days you're more tired than others.
I know, but today's one of those days. I woke up at 4:15 in the morning, and right about now I could probably use a nap and go home. But unfortunately,
is it too late for a nap, though?
Unfortunately, I got to stay here till 6 o'clock, and I can't half-ass my way through the show.
Are you suggesting I'm half-assing my way?
It just sounds like your effort today has been not great.
I mean, I've been struggling a couple times today, but I wouldn't say I'm half-assing.
Well, I'm just pointing out that I and some of the text messages have noticed it. And so if I noticed it and I asked you the question, are you saying, I am half-assing it, and damn it, he recognized it?
Nah, I'm not half-assing
So
it.
you don't think you're half-assing it? You think that
I know I'm not.
All right, so you're giving a full effort today.
I'm giving you mine. I'm giving you all of me.
This is your best effort today.
For today.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Tomorrow I'll be better.
All right, well, My buddy one time famously told his wife when she yelled at him, he looked at her and said, "Honey, I'll try better tomorrow."
They really?
Yeah.
Are they still married?
Didn't go over very well.
Are they still married?
I don't know. I haven't heard from them in quite some time. But he did say, "I'll try better tomorrow." It was a good laugh. Phil and Brigantine says, Mike, number one, I like Jennings for the slot. I like Jennings somewhere, not for $15 million. Two, Mike, I doubt Hendrickson would go for it, but curious what you and Josh think about 2 years at 60 guaranteed. And we were talking about that yesterday, giving him more money for less years.
Right, a 1 year, $30-some million contract. Just come here, have a big year, get paid, maybe win a championship, and then go hit the market again.
Well, the problem is he's 32. If you do that, now you're on the market at 34. Not generally a good time to be on the market. So if I'm Trey Hendrickson, I mean, he's gone through all this nonsense with the Bengals, right? He's gone through this whole thing with Cincinnati. Now, he did get paid last year pretty handsomely. And he ended up getting hurt.
Well, yeah, because he held out. And how many times have you said, Mike, that these guys, when they hold out, it concerns you because they always get injured? Well, Trey Hendrickson held out and got injured.
He did. So if you're Hendrickson, you probably don't want to go down that road again of the 1 year thing, because then next year if you end up getting hurt again, now you're on the free agent market, and now you turn into Joey Bosa, where now you just begin to get the label of you're the guy that's always hurt, and I like you, but you're just hurt all the time.
Then you become a vagabond.
Well, and by the way, Bosa's a free agent right now. You don't see any action on him.
Nope.
So keep that in mind. So there's the, let's see, A.J. Brown, by the way. So the A.J. Brown stuff's all over the place. So this just came out 20 minutes ago. According to NFL Network's Cameron Wolf, he says the Dobbs signing does not end the Patriots' interest in trading for A.J. Brown. The Patriots believe the asking price is too high, but they are interested in Brown. So here's the deal. Does signing Dobbs help their negotiation tactics?
No.
See, I disagree. If I'm the Patriots, I say I signed a guy. I no longer need. I'm not hamstrung anymore.
To which the Eagles would say, I don't need to trade him.
Oh, I agree. But my point is, if the Eagles legitimately want to move him. If the Patriots are your best suitor, the Patriots now have a receiver, and they're saying, we signed a receiver. We don't need to give you a first-round pick for this guy anymore. You want to get rid of him. We don't have to have him. We got Romeo Dobbs. We're cool with that. Now, I don't know that that's how they feel. I'm just saying, if I'm negotiating from the Patriots' point of view, I'm saying I got a guy. I don't need to overpay for your guy anymore. Before, you had the advantage. I didn't have anybody. So I need somebody. And the Eagles know you need somebody. Well, now the Patriots are saying, guess what? Now I don't need somebody. Now I just want somebody. There's a difference. And I think that puts the Patriots in a spot where they don't have to overpay if they don't want to.
Maybe not. But maybe that's where the Eagles try to leverage somebody else. You look at a team, just to use an example, if Tampa, who lost Mike Evans, doesn't maybe get somebody else who is of anywhere close to similar, no Jawan Jennings, they can't trade for somebody else, are teams like the Bucks or a team like the Chiefs, do eventually, as we go on in free agency and we close to the draft, these guys realize, I kind of need a receiver.
Yeah, but so on that point, apparently, according to Diana Rossini, the Patriots, Chargers, and Ravens are all teams to watch for A.J. Brown. No team has submitted an official offer for Brown. The Eagles' asking price remains very high. But this goes back to what McMullen said earlier. And I just saw this right now. This just came out a couple minutes ago. To keep in mind for A.J. Brown, if you end up trading him now, the difference in the cap hit is exponentially different. So you're in a situation where it behooves Philadelphia to not trade him now. But
Right.
if you wait till later, the other teams might be their budget is changed.
Or do they become more desperate? Because does a team go through free agency and they go through the draft and then they get the OTAs and the coaches looking around the GM be like, dude, what we have right now ain't good enough. So now that GM is heading into Memorial Day weekend sweating a little bit because he realizes he just went through free agency and the draft, and the coaches are telling him this is not good
Well,
enough.
you got to find the teams that have the capability to spend by that point, and how limited do those teams become now?
Sure.
So now your window is already seemingly, it seems like pretty small.
It is already small. I just think that in today's NBA, today's NFL,
If you, by the way, if you trade A.J. Brown right now, it's a $43 million dead cap hit,
right?
plus add $20 million to their active cap hit. If the Eagles trade him after June 1st, it is a 16.4 dead cap hit, and they save $7 million on their active roster cap hit. So that would tell me the Eagles just don't have a lot of incentive to try to trade A.J. Brown this week.
No, they don't. And that's kind of part of the reason why, they were talking about earlier today on ESPN with Schefter and the guys about how there are points in the season. Now,
but this goes back to what McMullen said, though,
Sure.
This is like the Patriots, if they just stay patient here and ride this out and wait till after June 1st, right? The incentive for the Eagles, like right now, okay, you're taking on the hit, the dead money hit. So you are asking for compensation that is probably over what you think you could get, because I'm taking the dead cap hit.
Right.
So because I'm taking the dead cat financial problem, I want
to be compensated
more
for
from
it.
you, yes. But if both teams just say, listen, let's just hang up the phone, go on vacation, call me after June 1st, there is the financial hit for Philadelphia is no longer as big. And therefore they say, okay, now we're not taking a $43 million cap hit and we save $7 million. I'll give them to you for a second-round pick. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen because we go back to the DJ Moore trade of last week, and Howie Roseman can still say, hey, DJ Moore got traded for a second-round pick. I can't do it for anything now. That's where the Patriots could say, fine, we'll give you a first-round pick next year. Now, by June 1st, obviously, the draft is already over.
Right.
So they'd already go through the draft. They know what they've drafted. They know what they had. This sounds like a situation where if both teams just ride it out, we're going to be hearing A.J. Brown's name until after June 1st. And that's where McMullen said earlier today. It's not a matter of if, it's when. And it could be when. We're on March 10th. It could be on June 10th.
And that's part of what Schefter was saying earlier today on ESPN about how the A.J. Brown trade could happen later in the year.
Could this bubble up again before or during the draft? Yes, it could. Could it bubble up again before June 1st or right after? It could. Training camp? Yes. It's gone away for right now. It doesn't mean it's gone, but there's no urgency and there's no reason for the Philadelphia Eagles to act on this at this time.
100%. Maya Maya in Arabic. You basically...
Is that yes, yes?
It's 100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the more you think about it, now the Patriots have set themselves up where they have Dobbs, they can wait now, and they have a receiving plan just in case. And they didn't have to overspend to get Dobbs. So smart move by them. All right, coming up, we'll wrap up the show. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. The White Horse RV text board, very active today. If you want to get in the last couple text messages before the end of the show. We'll read and react to anything we didn't hit on earlier. And we have one more chance for you to qualify for the bus trip to see the Phillies play the Orioles. Listen for that contest sounder this hour right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:51, couple quick things. So just to reiterate, Eagles haven't done anything today. They lost nobody today. Actually, Matt Pryor did sign, but I think Roseman is just kind of waiting this out, letting everybody overpay for everybody, and then he takes care of the guys on the one-year deals that he wants. I think you'll start, once the league year opens tomorrow officially, I think you'll start to see him kind of get guys on his terms. I don't think he saw anybody that he liked in the first 2-day overpay period. He waits out everything, lets other teams kind of pay for all those guys, and then he finds the guys that he wants on the one-year team-friendly deal. I think that's the way this kind of plays out. So starting tomorrow, I think we'll end up seeing some things there. Romeo Doubs signs in New England. You know, that started a whole domino effect of conversation today, so keep that in mind as well. What did you think last night? Did you see the whole thing between Arozarena and Cal Raleigh?
Yes.
So Arozarena plays for Mexico.
Mariners. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mexico.
And Raleigh's the catcher for the USA. They both play for the Mariners together.
My bad.
Arozarena comes to the plate. He goes to shake Arozarena, goes to shake Raleigh's hand, and he no-sells him. No shake, nothing.
Well, he didn't just no shake him. He says something to him. You see a Arozarena, like, I guess you would say, like, lean down to listen to him. And the guy gives him a look like, really, dude?
So Arozarena was not too happy about it.
He was peeved.
Now, Raleigh apparently has spoken on it today and said, look, once we get back to the Seattle, he's my brother. So, big deal, not big deal. Or does Arozarena and this whole thing cause a problem for the Seattle Mariners?
If it does cause a problem, it says a lot about Arozarena's mental stability.
So you don't think that he should be peeved? The guy said, hey, man, you're my brother. We play together. You start the game off, shake your hand. He stiffs him. No handshake.
Again, I don't know what was said.
Who's in the wrong here? Arozarena or Raleigh? Arozarena goes to shake his hand. Raleigh says, beat it.
I think they're both wrong. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but, like, first of all, Arozarena should understand it's Mexico versus America, or United States, right? It's all America. Mexico versus United States. Like, there is a level of, today we are not friends. But then Raleigh should at least
still respect each other and say, hey, we're teammates. We're playing against each other. Good luck today. Now, Raleigh said there's no beef. I love Randy. Like I said, when we're back in Seattle, he's my brother. He's family. Arozarena, I don't think, sees it the same way.
Well, I think part of the problem is we don't know what was said by Raleigh when Arozarena leaned in to listen to him. So
enough for him to use the F word.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Whatever Raleigh
Arozarena
said, it's not Raleigh not giving him the handshake. It's whatever Raleigh said to him that pushed him over the edge.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So he said something.
Whatever he said, that's where Raleigh's in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the no handshake. It's the whatever you said shouldn't have been said.
Arozarena had vulgar words for Raleigh after he left him hanging last night at that game. So, kind of interesting. I'm interested to see if that carries over to when they go back to Seattle or just kind of go away. Because Arozarena said the All-Star should bleep off and go to bleep.
Tell me how you really feel.
Yeah. All right, that's it for me tonight. We'll do it again tomorrow. But first, I need caller 7 right now. We're going to enter you right now for a chance to win a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore this year. They're playing Friday, July 31st at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. You'll get a pair of lower-level seats to the game, round-trip transportation, and a whole tailgate party, the whole 9 yards. You must be present to win at the Sports Bash's Phillies Opening Day Watch Party. This is our 3rd annual Phillies Opening Day Watch Party. This one will be at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Opening Day, we'll be there live. You must be present to win. One lucky winner will walk out of there with a bus trip to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. You must be present at the Anchorage on Thursday, March 26th for the Phillies opener against the Texas Rangers. Good luck, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great night.